Alright, good afternoon, good evening, good wherever you are. How's everybody doing? We are back with more Final Fantasy XVI. I do apologize for the mic. My mic arm is pretty much broken. So I've had to resort to using the default stand that came with the Elgato. I've tweaked it as best as I could so it's not as bad, hopefully. But anyway, let's get on with it. We are near the end of this. We've got a crap ton of side quests and that to do. I think there's still some hunts to be done as well. So let's not waste time, let's just get in and get them done. Ask about origin. You're set on this plan of yours then? I am. Oh, this is different. I've never done a conversation like this before. Huh. You never wore one to shy away from a fight? Did we just like give up at the end of the game and just go, let's just do this? Some might say it runs in the family. Your father would be proud.
Thank you, Uncle.
I know he'll be with us up there.
As for down here...
You may take comfort in the knowledge that the realm will be in my capable hands until your return. Indeed.
Clive, my boy! Rutherford informs me that we owe you our thanks. Hadn't intended for you to get involved, but such are the times we live in, huh?
I would have done the same for anyone else.
You're far too modest, Clive. You'd make a terrible nobleman. But tell me, is the realm truly in as dire a state as Rutherford suggests?
From what little I saw, you were right to be worried.
I suppose I should have expected the worst. But I was rather hoping the great and good of the realm might have things a little more under control. Alas, it seems that firm leadership is in short supply these days, and without it, the people are bound to lose their way. We must move quickly.
But where do we start?
True, the challenges that face us are many. But in my estimation, there are two key areas to be addressed before any other. The realm's armies and her larders. As you've seen firsthand, it's every man and woman for themselves out there. Certain cities have banded together to try and maintain some semblance of order, yes? But such cases are few and far between. And yet, the only remedy for the chaos that faces us is unity. A unity that transcends even the borders laid down by our ancestors. In short, if Storm does not stand together, she will fall apart.
But how would one even begin to unite the realm?
The armies, my boy. As I told you already, we begin by restoring order among the ranks of those sworn to maintain it. Sadly, I doubt I could convince even the lowliest gaggle of privates to dig a latrine together. But I do know someone the High Commanders have been known to listen to on occasion. Field Marshal Eugen Havel.
I thought he was retired.
He was, until an Akashic army tore through Randalar and killed most of the rank and file. There is no man alive more capable. Literally. And as luck would have it, I've already spoken with him on the matter.
Of course you have.
And he's agreed to help. On one condition. That he first speaks with you personally. Havel has always been a man of frustratingly rigid principle, and he has certain qualms about clasping arms with, well, with an outlaw. I extolled your many virtues as best I could, of course, but the old goat was adamant that he be allowed to appraise you in person. You don't mind, do you, my boy?
Three's company. My eye is going nuts.
Of course not. As long as chaos reigns, we will never build a better world. I'll do whatever it takes. And if the Field Marshal wishes to speak with me in person, then so be it.
That's the spirit.
I'll leave for Randalar at once. Would you send a Stolas?
Of course. Rutherford is already in the Dalmekian capital. I'll have him tell Havel to expect you forthwith.
Excellent. Thank you, Uncle.
No, thank you, Clive. Don't worry, my boy. Rutherford is in Randalar this very moment, singing your praises to all and sundry. They'll adore you.
I'll be back in a second. I think my eyes are in. The driving is nuts. Ba, 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 ba. Who's a good little budgie boo-boo? La 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 la.
Well
La la
met.
la.
A fine choice.
La 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 la.
May
la,
Gilbert smile upon you.
Do
you see that too?
Papa, what keeps it in the air? Why doesn't it fall?
Don't you go tempting fate, girl.
What is it?
Don't ask me.
Oh, please. Just make it stop. Make it stop. I'm scared.
Everyone's going crazy.
Good girl. Run like the wind. Ugh. All right.
Yes, we've not actually been here.
It can't be Rutherford, can it?
Turncoats and cowards, the lot of you! If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have!
Allow me.
I don't need your...
Please, Field Marshal, oblige him.
This won't take long.
You're right. It won't. Men, finish him.
Bring it. Bye. Get wrecked.
A little longer than I'd have liked.
Wonder, that was really quick.
Field Marshal Havel, I presume. Are either of you injured?
No, my lord. You arrived just as our escort turned on us.
Fucking traitors. I'd heard reports of soldiers in the outlying regions abandoning the oaths they swore. But I hadn't thought the corruption had reached so close to the heart of the Republic. It's a fucking disgrace. Your interfering old bastard of an uncle tried to warn me, of course. My lord Marquis. Or is Sid the Outlaw more to your liking?
Call me what you want. It doesn't change who I am, or the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a plan to right the realm, and he needs your help to see it through.
Before I agree to anything, I'd have you answer one question. What do you stand to gain from all this?
I won't deny that I might benefit from further chaos. But I seek a new beginning for all of us. And while the choices I've made may not always have been the right ones, I know I made them for the right reasons. For so long, so many of us have been told how we could live, how we could die, when it should have been our decision all along. Now we have a chance to put things right. But in order to take it, we must stand together. Even if it be beside those with whom we don't see eye to eye.
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw. But perhaps your uncle was right. You are no ordinary outlaw. I'll never hear the end of this. All right. I'll start by ordering my most trusted guard to bring the Dalmekian fringes under control. Next, I'll make contact with my counterparts in the Imperial Army and see if I can't convince them to try and restore order in their own territory.
Thank you, Field Marshal.
But they are not the only ones we will need to convince.
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals. But those they answer to require a different kind of persuasion. And when it comes to honeyed words, well, we will need an envoy. One who can court even the most stubborn of statesmen. You, perhaps.
I'm flattered. But I'm no diplomat either. And I have other problems to attend to. What we need is a skilled arbitrator. And I may know just the person.
Is that so? And would he happen to be an outlaw too?
Of a different kind, perhaps.
Well, beggars can't be choosers. I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make it through this. Very well. Send your man to me right away.
I shall.
My Lord Marquis. Your Lord Uncle bade me escort the Field Marshal to his manor in Port
Did.
Isolde.
And I will see that my associate joins you there.
Very good, my lord.
An envoy. I'm not sure I'm the man to talk anyone round. I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. No. This is a job for someone with experience. Someone like Quentin. I hope I can convince him at least.
Good old Quentin and the survivors of Lost Wave. Hello, Fluff. What you doing over there?
I'd have followed Quentin to that manor if I could have done, and I'll keep following him now. Wherever that's...
Quentin, I have a proposal for you.
Do you now? Something tells me you'll be asking more of me than a cask of Gotand gold. Go on then. Propose.
Marry me.
You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains of the realm that they should simply swallow their pride and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years. Was there anything else? Perhaps I can fetch you a meat pie as well.
Yes,
I know it's
please.
a lot to ask, but I can think of none better suited to the role.
And you'd have me give up what little I have left to do it. I told you, Clive. The people of Lostwing are my family, and I cannot abandon them. You'll have to find someone else.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So am I.
And why might that be?
What he's asking. How's it any different to what you've done so far? They want you to speak for those who can't speak for themselves. That's what you do best. If it's the vineyard you're worried about, we'll see that the grapes are picked and the tons filled. You know we will.
It's not that.
Then what is it? You said yourself we're family. Don't you trust us?
You know that's not what I'm...
Then what are you saying? That only we are worth saving? Why turn your back on everyone else? You convinced us we could build new lives for ourselves, and if you can do that, who's to say you couldn't convince the entire realm?
A stirring argument. I fear that any rejoinder I make might fall somewhat flat by comparison.
So you'll join us?
Where do you need me?
Field Marshal Havel will want to speak with you in person. He's currently in Port Isolde. I can arrange for a party of Cursebreakers to accompany you there.
That would be very much appreciated. I hear the roads are far from safe these days.
Hopefully not for long. My uncle will want to know that his plan is taking shape.
Any statesmen we speak with are liable to resist our entreaties if they feel that what little power remains to them is at stake. They must be dealt with skillfully. I shall not repeat the errors of my past.
Reckon Master Quentin could argue an egg back up a hen's quim if he set his mind to it.
What are you doing over there? Hello. Come here then. No, you're getting some num-nums, are you? Good boy.
Uncle, I bring good news. The Field Marshal has agreed to your plan.
Ha! Of course he has. I didn't doubt you for a moment, dear boy.
Rutherford is accompanying him back to your manor in Port Isolde as we speak. They will await your return there. As will one other.
One other? Who, exactly?
Lord Havel was concerned that even if he could get the realm's armies to agree to an accord, he might not be as successful in convincing those with political power. He asked if I might have a solution. and I suggested a certain Imperial Lord Magistrate turned liberator.
One of your co-conspirators?
Master Quinton would probably call me one of his. But yes.
Another outlaw, then. Just the thing we need to put these rotten politicos in their places. Good thinking, Clive.
I'm glad you approve.
The more the merrier, eh?
Uncle, assuming Havel and Quinton can solve our problem with the armies, you still haven't mentioned how we might manage the grain shortages.
Oh, don't you worry, my boy. The 7 high houses will be seeing to that. They have all agreed to make the most generous of donations. Oh, of course, it did take a little persuasion, but luckily I had some unexpected help.
From who?
Why, you, my boy. Rumor has it that you rescued the Lady Ariane's head steward Rockford from a horde of bloodthirsty bandits.
It was more of a handful.
Well, the old battle axe was so pleased. She had a shipload of talents delivered to my private docks by the next new moon. And when the other houses saw the parsimonious old crone's purse strings finally loosen, they as good as tripped over themselves in the rush to follow suit.
I'm happy to hear it.
Now, I must be getting back to the manor. Join us there at your earliest convenience, would you?
Of course, Uncle.
Mossfield Manor. This quest
And
goes.
how, pray tell, will we get that grain to the capital if the roads are still overrun with Akashic?
You'll find another bloody road. I only have so many men, and I'm not about to send them headlong into an ether flood. That is, unless you'd have them turn as well.
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a band of curls. My soldiers actually need their rations. Without any food to keep them going, they'll be dead even before you've sent them on your fool's errand.
If I may, gentlemen.
I think he'd have dressed a bit better for this occasion. Now he just shows up in his apron.
Perhaps I might suggest an alternative approach. Though supply routes are indeed disrupted, there is no shortage of ships. Indeed, they bob away in every bay from here to Randalar, awaiting a safe haven. Allow them to make port and fill their bellies full of grain. And once those who crowd the cities are fed, ferry the displaced back to the countryside to work the fallow fields. But I'm sure that you wish to continue your discussion. Forgive the interruption. 2 such firm friends as yourselves need no help from the likes of me. Rutherford spoke fondly of the great bond between you.
Us? Friends?
I can't stand the man.
Clive, I'm beginning to question the quality of the company you keep.
And what kind of company were you expecting him to keep? The man's a criminal.
Criminal? How dare you? You are not fit to breathe the same air as this fine, upstanding young gentleman.
Upstanding? He calls himself Sid the Bloody Outlaw.
Once more onto the breach.
Shall we begin again? What we seek here is not to create a new nation, nor to claim the thrones of those that already exist. We wish simply to bring stability to the realm that mankind might weather the current storm. And to do that, we must convince those in power, the generals, the statesmen, the nobles, that our cause is just. There will be disagreements, yes. And I imagine some resistance, much resistance. But we cannot let that deter us. If we show them the path, show them that we walk it ourselves, then I am confident they will follow. The fate of the world lies in my nephew's hands, but the well-being of her people lies in ours. And we must not squander the chance that Clive has given us.
Uncle Byron,
Now, with that settled, let's move on to the signing of the Accord. For what great moment in history hasn't been accompanied by a little ceremony? Citizens of Valisthea, I present to you the Tri-Unity. Rutherford, Mike Will. Well, my boy, the stage is set.
That it is.
This is the role you were born for. Now I ask only that you trust in the talents of your supporting cast. We shall play our parts to the best of our abilities, that you might have the opportunity to shine. The realm needs its Sir Crandall. And there is no better Crandall than you, Clive. I want you to keep this signed accord as proof of our faith in you.
I will. Thank you, Uncle.
Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Tri-Unity Accord, signed by representatives from Rosaria, Dalmekia, and Sanbreque. This mutual accord sets the stage for a new age in Storm, if not officially, then at least in spirit. For what great moment in history hasn't been accompanied by a little ceremony? Byron Rossfield.
Sorry, can't take you where you need to get to, but the Argo and me will be waiting when you get back.
What do you think that thing is?
One down, many to go. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da da.
Sid, do you have a moment?
By all means.
It's my old master. Seems there's no escaping her. She found some way to send me a letter. And something else. Records from a Waluda prison. Seems they were keeping a lot of bearers there.
How did she come by such a thing?
Finding bearers always was her strong point. And it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of them. Foreign captives, the masterless. Bearers no one would miss. And even better for her, bearers with no one to look after them. When ether started lapping at the walls, the jailers fled.
Leaving the bearers to be liberated by whoever happened to come along next.
Sid, I'd like to believe that I've earned your trust by now. And while I'm well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers from traveling to Walud, I can't let those bearers die in their cells. I'd rather risk shipwreck on the Shadow Coast than leave them to starve.
Nobody's tool.
We'll be needing the Enterprise if we're going to navigate the Narrow.
Does that mean...
I'm making an exception, but we travel together. And we stay no longer than we have to. Ash is an inhospitable place at the best of times. We save as many as we can, and we leave.
Thank you, Sid. There was a name in the prison register. A name from my past. Chadwick. Another of my former master's protégés. A gifted soldier, and the closest thing I had to family. The thought of him held captive in that place.
He must be very important to you.
He was. Is.
Then we find him.
The entrance to the prison lies in the shadow of Ravenwit Walls, just beyond the portcullis. We should head there as quickly as we can. I only pray there are still bearers alive to save.
As do I, Doris.
Oh, ooh, I think I finally got enough for the gloves. The Genji gloves.
How may I help you today, Clive? Your benefactors are a generous lot.
If the drunken galley captain I shared table with last night is to be believed, word of your exploits has made its way across the sea to the great continent. What is more, she claims there are those who would see you flourish, herself being one such woman.
Here you are.
Gareth.
Come again. I may.
Salva. Increase damage dealt to enemies by 5%. That's not a massive increase. Island warriors of the Far East are said to claim a piece of the armor of a slain soldier following a battle, wearing it over their own until the next encounter, at which time they finally remove it. The warriors believe that the spirit of the fallen foe will now lend them their strength. Da, 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 da,
I have more for you.
Ah, we'll get to go inside there, that big Colosseum looking place. I thought that's where it was taking us. Guessing we're going to fight something there with it being like a big Colosseum sort of place.
Come on. Doris is waiting for me near Balmung Dark. The longer she's out in the open, the more likely she is to be found by a Kashyyyk. I need to hurry. No mistakes. Back to the stables, girl. No use calling Ambrosia now.
Oh, I've gone past it. Idiot.
There were no guards, I take it.
None manning the gates, no. It's a different story inside, though. The corridors are crawling with the Kashyyyk. Most likely guards left behind when the wardens ran. If Chadwick was being held here, I worry that he may already be.
Don't give up hope just yet. But let's move quickly. Let me check the ground floor. The ether's thickest there.
Then I'll search the upper level. Good luck, Sid. Stay safe.
Just how bad are the floods inside the walls? Bad enough to turn a bearer, I hope not. We're risking a lot just being here. Better keep my eyes open for signs of life.
Stay down! It's over!
Balmung Dark Writ of Designation. The Kingdom of Elune hereby designates this facility a prison for the detainment of bearers, both foreign and domestic. The purpose of this facility is to rear and train Kuza Beast for deployment in the field. A beast. The aforementioned purpose is a matter of strictest secrecy. Oh, is this where? Oh, I think I know what I'm going to fight here. I think this is the behemoth that we faced earlier in the game. We got that anklet off it, and it said that they were using those as a means to try and it was the only means they found to tame that. It was the only means they found to actually tame behemoths. Just trying to tame them normally wouldn't work. Is this where they were doing those sort of experiments, like tests? The aforementioned purpose is a matter of strictest secrecy, and any mention thereof is to be punishable by death. Captive bearers have been provided solely for the purpose of the aforementioned purpose. Express permission is required for the use of bearers in any other capacity. Wow, so they're using bearers to test against this Kuza beast. Which, if it's anything, because of that log, I'm gonna.
So this place
guessing
was
I'm gonna
no
fight a
ordinary
behemoth
prison.
here.
And I doubt they'll have taken the creature with them when they fled.
Yeah, I think this is where they were doing the experiments. I think I've already used the item. Oh no, there it is, Behemoth Shackle. While it certainly hasn't stopped kings and emperors throughout history from trying, every attempt to tame behemoths has invariably ended in tragic failure, or rather it had until the Kingdom of Elune discovered a means to influence the beast's primitive mind in the form of this shackle, basically. I think this is where they came up with that, from the sounds of it. I could be wrong, it could be something completely different, but I'm getting the feeling this is where they did their tests.
Time to fight.
I thought you could counter with a blade if you attack. That is the thing. I remember at the very beginning, I've not really done it a whole lot. I'm sure I remember the beginning of the game, if you like hit at the right time, you could knock that weapon back. I was trying to practice there. Recommendation concerning Kuza Beast deployment. The Kuza Beast has long been recognized as an especially aggressive species. This being the case, it was hoped that successful deployment on the battlefield might be a means of inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy. In exercises conducted thus far, however, the beast has proven incapable of distinguishing between allied and enemy combatants. As such, deployment alongside regular troops is not recommended. It is proposed instead that bearer captives be employed in order to draw enemy focus, and the beast then driven into the fray in order to achieve maximum benefit with minimal loss of Ulula. Wow, so they used the bearers as cannon fodder.
Minimal loss of Waluda lives. And what happens when they run out of bearers? Even the Imperials take better care of their branded than that.
Memorandum of Kuza Beast feeding. Recent supply shortages of they're not going to be feeding bearers to it, are they? Recent supply shortages left us with insufficient resources to feed the Kuza entrusted to our care. Fortunately, the creature was observed to kill and consume the bearers assigned. Wow. Assigned to fight beside it in the mock battle conducted as part of its training. The beast was further observed to enter a state of visible contentment upon feeding in this way, suggesting that live bearers may even be its preferred source of sustenance. While this behavior is unexpected, it is not unwelcome. Bearers no longer of use for training purposes can now be repurposed as required. Wow. So basically when they became frail or broke a leg or injured in some way that made them useless as training, or if they were just dead in general, they would just feed them to this Kuza beast.
They were feeding bearers to it. This is even worse than I'd feared. Nothing but a Kashyyyk down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs. I should go and see how Doris is getting on.
You're finished!
Hello, you. What are you doing? Where you going? Ah, oh, God. Hello. Jasix. 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 Oh, that go. Where you going?
No luck downstairs.
Hello?
But I did find out that this place was more than just a prison. Something far more sinister was happening here.
I know. I've been reading some of these documents and it can't be true, can it? Bearers die every day in service of their masters, but this is so much worse. Pitting bearers against a wild beast armed with nothing but their wits? And all in order to bring about more death. And not just those who could fight, but the elderly, children even. And those who wouldn't or couldn't were disposed of. Whatever that means.
I'm afraid it means they were fed to the monstrosity they kept here.
Then we're too late. And I was a fool to bring you here.
Don't say that. Did you find anything else?
A key. But it doesn't fit any of the locks on this floor.
Perhaps it will fit one of the doors downstairs. There's a corridor I haven't searched yet. Finish up here, then come and find me when you're ready.
All right. I'll be there in a moment. If we don't find any survivors, we've risked our lives for nothing. Take care. That creature might still be here somewhere.
Yeah, lucky. Need to unlock gate to Balmung Dock's eastern cell block.
Let's see what we can find down here.
What are you doing over there? Oh, I wouldn't go out there. I bet you when I go out there, I end up fighting whatever it is they've been trying to tame.
A survivor. And she sounds close.
Indeed.
Who are you?
There's no need to be afraid. Are you alone? Are there any other survivors?
Some of the guards. They're still here. But something's wrong with them. Everyone else was eaten by the monster.
Of course there were.
Thank the Founder.
It was worth our coming. But I'd rather we didn't linger. Are you ready?
Ready when you are. You poor thing. You must have been terrified.
Did Jasix send you?
What?
He fought the monster. Distracted it so I could run away. He must have sent you. He promised to free the others too. Where is he? He opened your cell, didn't he? He wouldn't be here otherwise.
Chadwick.
Was that?
Monster's back! Chadwick, help!
We have to get out of here.
Doris, keep the girl safe.
All right. You put that bearer-eating bastard in the ground.
Yeah. Oh!
We have to run!
I knew it!
You're sick. I'll look after the girl. You teach that thing a lesson.
It's out there
knew
waiting
it.
for me. I can't let it live. Not if it's got a taste for bearers.
I knew it. This is where they were experimenting on trying to tame frickin' behemoths. Who's that beast? Oh, it's a Mark.
The beast will wreak havoc if he never leaves the prison. I can't let that happen.
Press dodge. come on.
Guess we're all ready. Nice try. Too slow.
What's going on with the dodging? I'm pressing dodge, but it's just not. Not giving us that good dodge though, yeah. Ah, come on.
Nice try. Too slow.
That wasn't what I meant to use. I meant to get told with the healers if I'm right.
Nice try.
Night. Get out. Ooh. Lot of money. And another shackle. I knew it. Yeah. So they were using this place as their testing ground. Not anymore.
Finally.
Sid, are you hurt?
I'm fine. I think.
No.
What
is it?
Diary?
A diary. I gave it to Chadwick before we went our separate ways. He was here. Do you think that creature?
I'm sure
Nom,
he
nom,
fought
nom.
bravely to the last. The girl is safe thanks to him.
Chadwick. You fool.
Come on. We have to get her back to the hideaway. We don't want his sacrifice to have been in vain.
No. Of course not. I'll see that she's looked after from now on. It's the least I can do.
Sometime later.
From what I hear, you've barely left the girl's side in days. I hope she's recovering from her ordeal.
She is. Slowly but surely. She's far tougher than she looks. I thank the flames we found her. If we hadn't...
I know. But we did. I'm sorry we weren't able to save Chadwick.
There's no need to apologize. Without your help, I would never have found out what happened to him. How he fought to the bitter end to save her. To save Haida Marie. That's the man I remember. The man I thought of as a brother.
I wish I could have met him. I'd like to hear more about your past. If you don't mind, that is.
Of course. You already met my former master. She trained Chadwick and I to do two things. Kill and obey. We were supposed to be sold to the highest bidder when the time came. But no bid was ever high enough to convince her to part with us. For years, we were her daggers in the shadows. But we could never quite shake our doubts about the things she made us do. And then, one day, we just couldn't do them anymore. So we escaped. But staying together was out of the question. They would have found us too easily. After so many years of training, the pull to serve was always strong. It scared me to think he might have taken another master, become a dagger in someone else's hand.
But even in captivity, the battles he fought were his own. And he died not as someone's tool, but as a hero.
Haida Marie is proof of that. Bearers can cast off their shackles. And the Cursebreakers will show them how. I'll fight until my dying breath to see it done. For Chadwick, and for all of us.
Thank you, Doris. We'll be counting on you.
I knew there was still some marks left. So that one was tied into that quest. Interesting.
There's so much food in the hideaway. Sometimes, in my cell, my tummy rumbled so loud that Chadwick would sneak me some gruel from his bowl. I miss him. He would have liked this place.
La, 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 oh, there's another one. Kuza Beast, a monster born in the Balmung Dark, quite possibly the deadliest beast known to men. Sid, we beg you to slay it. Not only that the world might be a safer place, but that the bear. I mean, this didn't pop up until I was doing that quest, so the flavor text on the board sort of like pointless. Beasts who lost the bearers that lost their lives to that vile creature might at least be avenged. Forgive our presumption, but knowing what we do with it, we doubt that any but you could emerge from its cage alive. Masterless Marauder. The Beluda army captured such beasts and tried to train them to serve but this particularly specimen training has long since ceased. Whether its captors turned to Kashyyyk with the rest of their comrades, or were eaten by their pet when it broke free from its bonds, we shall never know. All we do know is there is none left alive who knows the words to put an end to its rampage. Only a show of force will suffice. Masterless Marauder. Waloed, so it's somewhere in Waloed? Maybe? Da 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 da. Hang on, spotting the tinterweb. Ba da 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 da. We were army captured such beasts and trade and served, but this particular specimen trained long since ceased. But its captors. So the Kashyyyk. Just know it's somewhere in Waloed. It could be anywhere. It's probably going to be somewhere either here or on this bigger area. Might be easier if I just start from here and just run way down. I doubt it's anywhere back this way. I'm just looking at it, could be here as well. I think I'm just going to start from this way and work my way down. Whatever it is. Whatever it is. Whatever you do. Oh, wait. Never mind, found it. I'm guessing that's it. Another behemoth. You know, I'm gonna. I should be fine. I hope. Yep, this is it. Got it. Well, that was nice and quick. Behemoth King.
Another of the Royalist's guard dogs.
Oh.
Specimen it is too. Too slow. Garuda!
Just take my time. Ooh, I hear that one. Ah, press dodge.
You're a fine hound. To me, boy. Let's try.
this thing's got a lot of health. Come on, Tonko! What the fuck? Good job I just stayed well away from that.
Nice try.
Hit that! Down! Pumba! Oh my god, he's done another one! Got a one? this!
You're finished!
Get out! You all die with Zentets. And another shackle. That's 3 now.
No match for you, eh, Torgal?
Torgal came out from him. Alright. That was interesting. Got used to him pretty good there. Alright, how many marks are left? I'm sure I read there was like 29 in total. So I don't think there's many more left. Carry on with my side quests.
Sid, I was wondering if you could help me.
It depends what with.
A bearer, but recently freed from his bonds, is keen to join the Curse Breakers. As you know, the work we do is not easy, which is why we test every volunteer's suitability. I was hoping you could oversee this one's evaluation.
I don't mind, but why this one?
Because he wants to be a scout. Our ranks are filled with men and women capable of breaking chains and putting slavers to the sword. But scouting, we're few with the nose for that, which is why we still rely so heavily on Gav. And since he accompanies you on so many of your missions, I thought you might be better placed to recognize the traits in him that we should look for in those who'd fill his boots.
Sounds reasonable.
So you're happy to oversee the boys' test, then?
Trial and error.
One can never have too many scouts.
Truer words, Sid. I'll let the initiate know that you'll be attending his trial, and that he is to proceed directly to Northreach in readiness.
No time like the present, eh?
No time like the present. I'll await you there.
Northreach. I don't suppose they could have chosen somewhere closer.
Oh, hang on, stock up.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. Best stock up while you can.
Ask about Origin. Here to say your goodbyes, are you?
Ta-ra then.
For now. But you better come back, or I'll fly up there and drag you home by your ear.
Thank you, Karen.
Didn't think you'd find the thought appealing. Look, just don't die, alright? Changing leadership's bad for business. You're off to kill a god, so what? You've done everything else you've put your mind to, haven't you?
You could do this too. Coin purse weighing you down? I'll be thankful you got that much. You got out else? Finished, are you? Clive. Coin purse weighing you down? You're rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that.
Nazaire might at least have mentioned where in Northreach he'd be testing this recruit.
I'm nervous. Is it alright to be nervous?
I don't care either way, so long as you do as I tell you. Well met, Sid. This is the initiate. Ember, present yourself.
At your service, Master.
Please, just Sid. There are no masters here. Your life is your own.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Sid. The sergeant says you'll be evaluating me at my trial.
To become a scout, yes. You are aware of the dangers inherent in that role.
I am. But I swore I'd face them. Just like the man who saved my life.
And who would that be?
Gav. It was him who found me and freed me. No magic, no support, just one man and his nose. Came and sniffed me out. It taught me what one man can do if he puts his mind to it. And I've been training ever since, so that one day I can be someone's saviour, just like Gav was mine.
I'm sure he'd be flattered. You clearly have good intentions, Ember. And it sounds like you're under no illusions. Stick to this path and you'll make a fine Cursebreaker.
So, what? Have I passed?
You haven't even started yet. Now listen. Not far from here is an Imperial lookout,
we're gonna go
Eastwatch.
there.
The guards there record all their sightings in a logbook. You are to find it and bring it here.
What up when we'd go
Bring
there?
it here, right. Anything else?
No. Sneaking into a heavily guarded Imperial outpost and stealing the logbook would be quite sufficient. You'll need to assess the situation, determine a point of entry, create a distraction and effect an escape, all without being discovered and thrown into an Imperial oubliette.
Ember, Gav isn't our best scout because he can do everything. It's essential that you know your limits.
Know my limits, right. I won't let you down.
It shouldn't be as dangerous as I made out. But keep a weather eye on him all the same, would you?
On my way. All right, Ember. Impress me.
Even now, the capital has moved. The Empire keeps the watchtowers overlooking royal meadows and the Sea of Grace manned. But only by a skeleton crew. It's a trial, not a death sentence.
I was wondering when we'd eventually go up to that East Watch. I mean, I've been up there before. It's just a tower with a bunch of guards around it, but nothing really ever happened. So now there's something going to happen.
Time to fight. These are clean kills. Perhaps young Ember really is ready. Or maybe not. Damn it.
Ember, draw your sword!
I can't!
He's frozen in fear.
Then run!
If you want him, you'll have to go through me.
You're lucky. Hello over there, Fluffy.
Ember, are you?
And he's gone.
Gone. Of course. Scouts really are a rare breed. Back to Northreach it is then.
I didn't expect you back so soon. Where is Ember? How did he fare?
I thought I'd find him with you. He must have fled. I followed him to Eastwatch, where I found him being set upon by a wild Avis. He was just standing there. Didn't even draw his sword. I had to step in and take care of things. But by the time I had, he was nowhere to be seen. I assumed he'd set off in your direction, but apparently not.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sid. I knew the boy had a nervous streak, but he seemed like...
The right man for the job? I believe this is the logbook you tasked me with retrieving.
Eh? How did you... Don't you tell me you breached the tower while Sid was busy saving your skin.
What? Wasn't that what you asked me to do? To bring the thing back without getting caught?
He has you there, Nazaire. And he did it all on his own.
But Sid, he
did what he thought was best. And now I have to decide whether I agree.
Of course. We'll await your evaluation back at the hideaway. Don't you leave my sight.
Yes, Sergeant.
He's very, like, a bit more cocky, but...
This won't be an easy decision.
We've not fought a mark around here yet either. I think I fought one there. I still need to go. I need to do the challenges at some point.
Welcome, welcome. An excellent choice. I do like a customer who knows what he wants. Come back again.
Oh boy, these quests. I don't think I'm getting this game finished the day, like. I was hoping to get it finished before tomorrow, but never mind. Not that I'm in a rush to finish it, like I'm taking my time, as you can see, I'm still doing everything.
You should have seen him. The thing didn't stand a chance.
Yeah, neither did you, I hear. Welcome back, Sid.
Welcome back, Sid.
Yes. Welcome back. Trip wasn't too much of a pain in the arse, I hope. Truth be told, it was me who suggested roping you in to help with the trial. But from what I hear, things didn't go quite as planned.
No, they most certainly did not.
Does Ember deserve passing marks? Uh-oh. Do I say yes or no? I mean, he couldn't stand his ground when needed. But I mean, he's a scout. He's supposed to not be seen anyway. He's supposed to infiltrate, get in, get out. He got what he was tasked with doing, but if Clive hadn't stepped in, he would have been dead. So whether we say yes or no. Bye. I mean, he completed his objective. But again, he would have died if we hadn't stepped in. So, maybe with a bit more training, he'd be fine. That would mean not passing him. Passing him would mean he does need more training. I don't know. Screw. Yes?
Ember lost his nerve in the face of a beast of prey. But he didn't lose heart. He pressed on, and he achieved his aim. And is that not what we ask of our scouts?
Indeed it is. Thank you for your honest appraisal, Cid. The fact remains, however, that Ember will not always have a battle-hardened warrior on hand to pluck him from the jaws of peril. All I have gleaned from this trial is that without someone watching his back, Ember is little more than a liability.
Wait, Sergeant. Ember still has much to learn, it's true. And this time he was found wanting. I'd say he's due a second chance, nonetheless. After all, he did do as you asked.
With a bit of hard work, any hand can be made to hold a blade, and any mind can conquer its fears. But a scout's nose is different. You've either got one, or you ain't. And by sniffing out that log, young Ember here has shown he has a conch and a half. Wouldn't do to waste it now, would it?
Fine. One more chance.
I'll do whatever you ask.
There we go.
I'll spend my days and nights in the pit if I have to. I'll show you. Just you wait.
Daft as a brush, that one. But his heart's in the right place. Just like someone else we know. And if you ask me, we've been leaning on him for far too long. That time the curse breakers took some of the weight off his shoulders, I reckon.
It couldn't hurt.
Just don't tell Gav I said so, will you? I won't have him thinking he's been hard done by. Next thing you know, he'll be asking for a day off. Chance would be a fine thing. Back to work.
Forgive me, Cid. This did not play out as I expected.
Things really do these days. But that's why we need men like Ember more than ever. Men who can make the best out of a bad situation. Remember that.
I will, Cid. Thank you.
Ooh, so close.
Cid, I wanted you to know. I will be taking personal responsibility for Ember's combat training. And I will not let you down.
Ba ba da ba. Ba da ba. Weird, this is that mysterious man. A suspicious man. Is this quest involving with him? No. Who is he?
So there's a new
One
mother.
moment you think you've freed the realm from her fate. The next, a darker one rears up to replace it.
I will not let them be forgotten. Cid, may I have a moment?
Of course.
It is an honor to finally speak with you. My name is Herman. I've been with the Cursebreakers for some time now, and I wish to be deployed to Ash. Any assignment will do.
No. The lands across the Narrow are too dangerous. I will not send good men and women to risk their lives needlessly. Why would you want to go back?
I need to retrieve something. Something important. I was raised in an orphanage. The Badbach Conservatory. Or rather, I was held captive there. It was not a place of nurture.
That place is full of
It existed
orcs
solely
now.
to turn bearer children
And a
into
graveyard.
mindless weapons. We were tortured until we feared no pain. Tormented until our hearts turned to stone. And few ever survived long enough to become tools of the last king.
I can't imagine.
I lost so many. I can't even remember all their names. But they must be remembered. They cannot fade away, faceless and forgotten. The Institute was run with military precision. Every child measured, every name recorded, every death logged with meticulous care. Sid, allow me to travel to Ash and recover the registry so that my brothers and sisters might live on.
Litany of errors.
You are a good friend, Herman. But the fact remains that Ash is simply too dangerous.
Sid, please. Even should it cost me my life.
Too dangerous for you, Herman. But not for me. I'll go to Bad Bach and find the registry.
You will?
I won't let you risk your life.
I don't know how to thank you.
You can start by telling me where I'll find this orphanage.
Vida Grace. Hidden in a forest, overlooking the plains.
All right.
We've been there.
I'll see what I can find there.
May the mothers guide you.
Litany of errors.
Plains of Vida Grace have haunted my dreams since I escaped from the orphanage. I can't say I was looking forward to returning.
Hello, Florrie.
Come on.
Faster!
Straight home now.
Actually, just carry on.
Too slow.
Mind.
This must be the orphanage. Hopefully the registry is still here.
Bad Batch Conservatory, writ of incorporation. The Kingdom of Elude hereby incorporates this institution wherein juvenile bearers are to be granted the opportunity to give themselves in service to the state as soldiers. Trainees succumbing to the crystal's curse or otherwise perishing are to be disposed of with all haste. The graveyard is strictly reserved for the uncursed. Bearer disposal within its bounds is punishable by death.
Disposed of.
Additionally scheduled. Today's exercise will consist of the press yard, 20 sandbags for such duration as instructor shall dictate. The furnace, burn intensity to be gradually increased. Live combat, 1 to 3 hellhounds depending on performance.
Conditioning. This is nothing short of torture. Herman wasn't exaggerating. It's a wonder he survived this place. I need to...
I have recently learned that my own daughter was among the children turned to stone by the brutal training I subjected them to. I had not so much as thought of her since handing her over to the authorities as a babe. But inquiries with the military confirmed it. It was her. I had been torturing my own flesh and blood, and now I see her everywhere. Today one of the children smiled at me in the hope of receiving a few scraps from my table. It was her smile. The smile she inherited from her mother. The mother I killed for giving birth to a bearer. Their ghosts have all come back to haunt me. My daughters, my wives, all of them. All those children, so many have died in my hand. I can bear the guilt no longer, and so I have decided tomorrow I too must die. It will be the last order I give to those poor wretches, the last torment I subject them to. I will command them to tear me limb. I will command them to tear me limb from limb and inter my accursed corpse beneath the white tree whose crooked hands reach to the sky in supplication. Besides me, my shame, my curse, the record of all their names, all those I have wronged.
This reads like a suicide note. Did the director go through with his plan? There's only one way to find out.
I'm gonna guess he did, so he had all these bearers tear him apart.
A forked white tree. This must be the place. Could he really be buried here? There's something hidden among the roots. Let's see. This must be the registry.
Bad Batch Conservatory Registry of Bearer Losses. Hans, 10-year-old Litman. Alfred, 9-year-old. Franz, 12-year-old lithification. Succumbed to conditioning. Paulina. Bruno, 11. Disciplined for attempting flight. Johanna, 12 years old. Disciplined for attempting flight. Reynard. There you go. Succumbed to conditioning. Martha, 10 years old, succumbed to conditioning. Lothar, 12 years old, lithification. Dietrich, emaciation.
So many names. This place was a slaughterhouse. But where is the architect of all this misery?
He didn't go through with it.
It was only a matter of time, I suppose.
Well, we'll do it for him.
This place is cursed.
That's a bad guy.
Let's try.
Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da,
Nice try.
Night.
It's over.
Level up. 2 levels to go. A concise and disturbingly detailed record of bearer orphan deaths at the Bad Batch Conservatory.
I'm done here. Let's get the registry back to Herman.
But the fuck I didn't go through with it. In the end he became a Kashik anyway. Hello over there. What are you doing?
I hear that you traveled to Ash. Sid, did you by any chance recover the names of my fallen friends?
I did. Yes.
That was a pretty grim quest.
If I may. The bearer registry. The director was a brutal man. He got no worse than he deserved.
The registry was all I found beneath the tree. There was no sign of a body. Or any record of what happened to the children after the orphanage closed.
I pray that at least some of them survived. All their names are here. The ones we lost. My friends. my light in those dark times. I can still remember their faces, like it was yesterday. Children who were taken from their bunks in the morning, never to return. No explanation ever offered.
They'd be happy to know that you survived, Herman.
But why did I make it out alive, when so many others died in that awful place?
It's not your fault. And blaming yourself won't bring them back. Honor their memory. See that their names live on. That way, at least. They're never truly gone.
Thank you. Sid, I'm going to write a book. An account of the horrors of Badbach, and the spirit of those its custodians sought to crush. All of Valisthea will know of our suffering, and in the name of those I lost, I will not let it happen again.
Neither will I.
These records would have been buried for all eternity, were it not for you. Thank you.
Oh boy.
The realm will hear of Badbach. And I pray that the tale of my fallen friends will spare future generations the horror we endured. Thank you for helping keep their memory alive.
Na, 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 na,
What do you think happened to Miss Middledore? I heard she was kicked out of the university.
Sid, you have to help us.
With what? You didn't take apart another of Mid's contraptions, did you?
No. Well, yes. But that's not what we want to talk to you about.
It's Miss Middledore. She's been acting strange. Very strange. She's barely ever around.
When she is, she acts like we aren't even there. Her head's in a crowd.
In the clouds.
That's what I said. In the clouds.
Well, she does have a lot on her mind. When did you last see her?
Not long ago. Right after she got back from saving you from Stonear.
Then it's probably just about the Enterprise. It did take quite a battering on the way there and back.
You didn't break it, did you, Sid? You really should be more careful around Miss Middeldore's inventions. Don't listen to her. Even if you did break the Enterprise, you could put it back together, couldn't you?
But who's gonna put Miss Middledore back together? She seems really sad.
Aiming high.
Why don't I go and see if I can cheer her up?
You do that? For us? She's in her dungeon.
Don't scare him. It's not a real dungeon.
Thanks for the warning.
Miss Shirley says we're not allowed in the dungeon. But Miss Middledore doesn't mind.
Mid, if you have a...
That's it! I knew it! The answer was right here under my arse all along! If this doesn't steer to the skies, nothing will!
To the skies? You aren't trying to give the Enterprise wings, are you?
What else would I be doing?
The children seem to think you're avoiding them. They're worried about you. Is this really so important that you need to shut yourself away from everyone?
The Enterprise is already the fastest ship in the realm, and that's with the sea beneath her. But what if she weren't bound to the waves? What if she weren't bound to anything at all? It's not fair. The gods get the skies all to themselves, so I'm gonna do something about it. The Fallen had their chance, but they relied too much on magic. And see where that got them? But not me. I've discovered how to do it without. Well, almost. First, I need to make a prototype.
And is that a one-woman job?
Are you volunteering? I'll have you know the Enterprise is my baby. But if a godfather's offering to lend a hand, I'd be happy to take it.
Godfather?
First, I'll need oil, and not just some old drippings from Miss Molly's spits in the Tub and Crown. Refined stuff, like they make in Ordill. Then I'll need some bone, or shell. Light, strong, preferably no longer attached to the beast it belongs to.
If it's beast bones you're after, I'm sure the curse breakers will know where you might find some.
No, they'll know where you might find some. You're the one who offered to help, remember?
I should speak with one of the curse breakers before I set off for Old Hill. See if I can't find this bone while I'm there as well.
They make an oil down at the docks in Ordill that's as slippery as the sea nasties they render it from. With that and the bone I told you about, I shall be able to finish the prototype.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project?
All right, Sid. Come to buy us around, have you?
Only if you earn it. Mid needs a piece of light but durable bone for her next project. You've encountered your share of beasts on your travels across the realm. Any ideas?
Most bones are the same. Whack 'em hard enough and they'll break. If it's durability you're looking for, shell will serve you better. You know what an adamantus is?
I do. And I know to give them a wide berth. Will any old adamantus do?
Well, with shells, the older the harder. There's a rumour of an ancient adamantus down in Karava, near Old Bidza. Or what's left of the village anyway. But don't expect to make quick work of the bastard. There's a reason it's lived as long as it has.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Normally I wouldn't recommend going anywhere near an adamantus, let alone one that's had a few centuries to let its temper simmer. They're mean bastards, and they only get meaner with age. Why do you think the village of Old Bidza was abandoned?
Can I just buy the oil from here, or what? Oh, it's this place. This place is abandoned. Not buying it from here, we've got to find it.
Mid's oil. After what happened here, it's a miracle there was any left at all. This should be enough.
Bravo!
Would you like to see my wares?
85,000.
Thank you. Farewell, traveller.
Running out of money. Why can I interact with that?
Well, this isn't at all foreboding.
What? Why could I suddenly interact with that? Why is it foreboding? Oh, is it? Oh, right. Wait, hang on. Did they always give off such a big beam in the sky like that? I know they lit up. Maybe the are the obelisks also funneling ether to the origin?
This won't be easy. Here we are again. Carava. If you were a tortoise, Torgal, where would you hide?
What the? We go in?
Safe.
What? I think it broke.
It looks like we found him. Slow.
How's that one getting blocked?
Too slow.
How is Orden's blade getting blocked? It's like the one thing that should never get blocked.
Too slow.
Why did that miss? Fine. Adamantoise shell. It is believed an adamantoise will grow a thin new layer to its protective shell once every 2 moons. Considering that many of the creatures live for hundreds of years, it should come as no surprise that the shell of older specimens can be several hands thick and weigh over 50 stone. 50 stone.
I better get these materials to Mid so she can finish her prototype.
Getting there slowly but surely. Just a lot of quests.
Mid, tell me this is all you need.
Shipwright's tallow, a thick, noisome lubricant made from the rendered fat of sea beasts, commonly used by shipwrights on the cranes and winches they employ in shipbuilding.
Oh, you make it sound like I asked you to save the world or something.
Tell me this is all you need.
It's most of what I need. After you left, I went over the figures again, and I realised I'd forgotten a 1 and a 0.
And
a cogwheel. Just a tiny one. Though, that's the problem. Gears that small are a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a fortnight toiling over.
wait. The children. When they took apart your scales, there was a tiny brass gear. Now that I think about it, they didn't use it when we put the scales back together.
The young'uns? But why would the... You know what? I don't want to know. I'll keep working on the model. You go and find that cog. Don't look at me like that, Clive. I already apologised to Blackthorn. Miserable old bugger. Besides, you can't expect me to keep track of every nut and nail floating about this place. It's a mess.
I love how every once in a while Clive will just yawn right in the middle of someone's conversation.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
Sid! Is Mid still hiding from us?
She wasn't hiding. She's fine. She's just busy working on her next project.
A new invention? What is it? What is it? Is it an airship? I bet it's an airship!
Do you think she'll let us help?
That just so happens to be why I'm here. She needs something special, something only you three can provide. A brass gear. A tiny one. One that might fit on, say, a set of scales?
Oh, the one you forgot! We remember!
We saved it, just in case. It's in the bag of bits.
Since your lesson, We've been disassembling, then reassembling everything we can find.
All the pieces that are left over, we keep under our beds, just in case.
That's good to know.
Look!
Hello, you. Come on then, up. Hello,
I found it!
You coming?
Is that all? Just the gear? We have more parts if Mid needs them.
That's all for now. But I'll let Mid know about your hoard. Just in case.
Thanks, Sid. Back for another part? We've got screws and bolts and nails and knobbles and noodles and,
Little pikeys. An overlooked component of Mid's deconstructed scales. Its purpose remains a mystery to all but Mid.
Well, did they have it?
They did. And they kept it somewhere nice and safe. Will it work?
Will it work? He's perfect! You're a genius, Clive.
What exactly are you going to use it for?
Only the most important job of all. The wings aren't going to move on their own, but with the right cog in the right place, well, you just wait and see.
Oh, look.
That should do it.
One of those airships. Tail right here.
Here goes nothing. Titan's tits.
Right.
It wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't. Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad. I was so sure this would be the day she soared. The Mithril engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People will lose their homes. Children, their mums and their dads. Like I lost mine.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive. So am I. Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head? Or do I follow my heart?
Good question. The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. And he were right. Right about a lot of things. Not that I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right. When this is over, I'm gonna take all my Mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge. I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
But all that hard work...
All that hard work will not be used for war, Jamie. But it ain't like it'll be gone. Tell me, Clive, have you ever been on a treasure hunt?
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
because I'm going to bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one, so that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to work it out. Ooh, I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one, yeah.
Right.
Da, 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 da.
Of course, if I'm putting this engine at the end of a treasure hunt, I'll still need to make it a treasure worth hunting for. Won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly after all. My dad always said, dream big. But it ain't the size of a dream that's important.
Did whatever give her that component that he left behind? I can't remember.
Is it, Clive? Only that it's a good one.
And I'm sure when we found it in the jukebox, she was gone.
And I reckon I've got a fair few good uns left in me.
I'm sure you do.
I can't remember if we did give it to her or not. Model airship, Mid's dangerous dream of flight, immortalized in miniature. My dad always said there were two ways of living, chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave.
What shall I do with your model? You spent a lot of time on it. We both did.
What, that old thing? Not healthy to cling to your failures, Clive. They'll weigh you down, you know.
Sound advice.
Still, I suppose my prototypes will probably be worth a fair bit when I'm as famous as Bart's the Builder. Seeing as you're always strapped for coin, suppose I can give it to you. Just make sure you get a good price when you do come to part with it.
I'd say that was up to you as much as me.
You're not leaving already, are you?
Ask about the Enterprise.
Enjoy it while you can, Clive.
Because once that crystal's cracked, I'm going through with my plan. It'll be easy turning my back on a dream I chased for so long. But do you know what the best thing about a dream is, Clive? They're never in short supply. Keep talking like I'm the only one ever to have set her sights on the skies, when there might be someone up there already.
Imagine that, eh?
Hey, maybe when his Imperial Fancy Pants gets back, I can ask him to take me up there so I can see for myself.
Till then,
Till then, though, I'll be down here with everyone else dreaming away. Couldn't you have chosen somewhere a bit more down to earth to chat with Ultima? And I could have come with you. Finally made a name for myself instead of sitting on my arse with his Imperial Fancy Pants and gets all the glory.
Make a name for yourself.
Without the Enterprise, we wouldn't have saved Jill. Wouldn't have made it to Ash. Wouldn't have escaped from Stormare with our lives. None of this would have been possible had you not followed your dream and kept your promise to Sid. Now I must keep mine.
You better bloody had to and all.
Or I'll be having his name back. Give it to Gav, maybe. Or Jill. I'll definitely Jill.
Be seeing you, Clive.
Na, 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 na.
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen ourselves
First the skies, then
Triunity. Bringing together 3 men from different backgrounds is not to be without some difficulty. However, come together we did for a better Valisthea. The Triunity was but a first step. A longer, more bitter journey awaits us all, one that will almost certainly end in hardship. Yet, what matters most is not the destination, but what we can learn from one another while on the road there. You have paved the road for us with your courage, Clive. Now we must have the courage to walk it. Your loving uncle, Byron. In a mood. In case you haven't noticed, your poor hound spends all his time of late on the rear deck whimpering like Gav in his cups. Something ain't right, and my gut tells me it's not to do with his supply of antelope bones.
What is it this time, Torgal?
More than words. More than
Pining for something, boy. What is it? What do you see out there? I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
From Sid, that's why. On the day he brought him home.
That long ago?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the pup had a habit of gnawing on his leg, since you ask. Clap that there iron on him to keep him from doing it.
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a young age. Doubly hard in being a frost wolf, torn away from his icons and all. Sid would always tell him, you want that iron gone, you find what it is you're looking for. I reckon what he were looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait so long. Let's get that thing off you.
Oh.
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you? You want me to go with you somewhere?
Quick, aren't you? Glad you've been paying attention.
Not nearly as much as you have, Lady Karen.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10 summers.
Your kindness is appreciated. You've been a good friend to him.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you. Go on now.
Where to then, Torgal?
Follow Torgal.
Say what you will, Lady Karen has seen herself.
All right, Torgal. Where are you taking me? I'm going to need a little bit more than that, boy. Do you have a better hint for me? Unless... you've already given me one. Back on the rear deck, you were looking west, toward Rosaria. Why don't we try the rookery? I haven't been to the island in almost 20 years. To Port Isolde, then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still there.
Hello.
It's still here. After all these years. A lot smaller than I remember. And you're a lot bigger. You might have to swim, boy. I wasn't being serious. This place hasn't changed at all. The rookery's right through those trees. Come on. Race you there. I bet I could still beat you.
Da, 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 da.
Here we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal? Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy? This is all from the castle. And Phoenix Gate. Did you bring these here? My sparring sword. Well, well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy? Thank you, Torgal. For never giving up. For never forgetting.
Oh my god, that pulled at the heartstrings there.
Let's take this with us, shall we? So I don't forget either. That's not the way back to the boat, Torgal. All right. I'm coming.
Oh, look at that sword.
I think I know where we're going. People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without it, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal. Let's go home.
Oh. Charred sparring sword. Clive's old sparring sword, salvaged by a faithful friend in the aftermath of the Ironblood invasion 18 winters past. Remember, Clive, your blade is not your only weapon. Rodney Murdoch. Even a legendary king surrounded by the realm's greatest knights and blessed by the very heavens would have found himself hard-pressed to unite the warring tribes of ancient Valisthea. Fortunately, he had the help of his fine and trusty hound, Haval. So many side quests! Treasure hunt. What? Think I was just gonna say that I was just saying daft stuff about hiding my engine, did you? Wouldn't you know I've already a fine spot picked out and everything? But if you're going to go on this grand adventure, you'll need to be quick about your business with that ruddy god of yours. Take too long and somebody more clever might beat you to the prize. Suppose in that case, I could bury you one of my lesser inventions. God just knows I've countless. Mid. A fine hound. The two of you have been together for what probably feels like a lifetime now. But there's still a lot you have to learn about that hound of yours. Aye, he'd step in front of a bloody raging behemoth if it meant protecting you. But that don't mean you should take it for granted. At the end of the day, he's a hound, and sometimes he just wants someone to pat his head and rub his belly and give him a handful of kupo nuts. You'd do good to remember that. Karen. In search of a lost tome. Reluctant as I am to add to your burdens, I would ask your aid in a personal matter, albeit one that may be beneficial to your cause. There exists ancient text deemed so injurious to modern thought that mere possession of it deemed a crime. And it was a chance encounter with one such tome from a distance that sparked within me the scholastic curiosity which burns to this very day. I wish to enlist your aid in reclaiming that text. Should you require further incentive, I know that I am willing to offer compensation for your services rendered. Vivian.
Something tells me this is no mere adventure story.
An inconvenient truth.
Vivian, I read your note, and I'd be happy to help you find the book you're looking for.
Thank you, Clive. But tracking it down will not be easy. Are you sure?
Please. You have always granted me your wisdom and insight whenever I asked. It's only right that I return the favor. Or at least attempt to.
You are too kind. Alas, what I ask of you is rather more trying than delivering the odd lecture. I spoke with Harpocrates to see if he had any inkling as to where another copy might be found, but perhaps it is best that you hear the details from him.
If you say so.
Forgive me, Clive, for asking this of you. But this book, it set me on the path to becoming who I am today. Its importance cannot be overstated. What will it be today? Well, Clive?
Are you resolved to brave the coming battle no matter the cost?
I am.
For only with Ultima's death might we ever find true freedom. And when we do, I'll be counting on you to help teach this world the truth.
Naturally.
But I'll need you to do something for me in return. Come back to us in one piece. For how am I to recount the true history of the world without a first-hand account of the heroics of those who fought to change it?
I shall.
We shall all be praying for your safe return.
Harpocrates knows of the tome I seek. Whether what he has to say makes you happy to have agreed to help me is another matter. Godspeed.
Clive, my boy. What a pleasure it is to see you.
Harpocrates. There's something I need to ask you. I've been charged with locating a book called From a Distance.
Then you seek a rare gem indeed. One whose name I had not thought to hear from your lips. You've been talking to Vivian.
Right as always. But she didn't seem keen to tell me very much. I take it she didn't like what you had to say.
And yet I gather it did naught to dissuade her. Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with obtaining a copy, I fear she asks the impossible. The executors would not allow it.
The executors?
Executor.
Coveters of secrets. A clandestine organization committed to the collection and intenebration of forbidden texts and technologies. One such text being the tome Vivian seeks, chronicling as it does the true history of the enslavement of bearers. A tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to become widely known. Or, so rumor has it. I've never actually read the thing, or even set eyes on it for that matter.
How is it that I haven't heard of this organization?
Why, secrecy is the executor's watchword. They lurk in the shadows.
emerging only to seize that which must be seized, be it books, inventions, or people, before disappearing again, leaving nary a trace.
Which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp not long after she found it.
By the hand of the executors, yes.
But what drives them? Self-interest or ideology?
Fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the executors can be recounted in a single breath. You may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers, or the identities of their leaders. Any answer I give would be pure speculation.
Then my hunt was doomed from the first. What was Vivian expecting? That I'd pluck it from thin air?
Not from thin air, no. From ash. Rumors of the executors are rife among the scholars of Storm, but rather less so across the strait. I have a friend.
I bet it's that door that I couldn't get past. I bet you that's where they are.
Well, I had a friend in the village of Garnick, a collector of rare tomes, upon which subject we would oft correspond. Alas, I have heard naught from him since the skies fell dark. And no doubt he, too, has turned. But, though he did not mention it by name, it is possible that a surviving copy of From a Distance yet rests upon one of his many shelves, quietly awaiting discovery. If you were, by some chance, able to save even a single book from the poor man's library, I know his soul would rest easier.
Very well. When I next find myself in Waloed, I'll be sure to pay Garnick a visit.
Good morrow to you, my friend. Ah, yes.
You have returned at a solution, then. Dion will carry us.
Indeed.
A feat befitting the final act. I congratulate myself that I shall live long enough to see it. A feat in itself for a man of many years. But, to be serious, it is no small thing to march against fate, Clive. You must be certain of your footing, lest the winds of destiny divert you from your course. Are you certain of your footing, Clive? I am.
Then go.
And do what must be done.
Having never visited, I cannot tell you exactly where in Garnick my friend's lodgings lie, but he did mention they were some distance from the road. I make no guarantee that you will find what you seek there, only that it is the best and perhaps the only place left to look. I don't believe you've read this particular chapter before. If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it.
I don't know why it marked that as new. It keeps doing that, marking some of them as new, but the text, a lot of the text is repeat. Airship. Legend has it that the people of the Fallen once sailed through the skies in the bellies of these ships, and all now lies shattered and silent on the surface below. The Invincible, in which Clive and his allies have built their new hideaway, being one of such relics. So advanced was the fallen technology, it was nigh indistinguishable from magic, leading a historian of the early modern era to remember them as the men of magics, or men of magical technology. It is Mid's dream to bring this technology back to life, that humanity might take flight once more. A colossal-like prison located immediately north of Revenant Walls, The Kingdom of Lude, bearers sent here became the unfortunate subject of an ambitious military endeavour designed to train untrainable beasts of war. When the kingdom fell, the wardens lost their wills to the aether. No same bearers were left in their cells to starve, which most did. A dilapidated orphanage of bearers that sits upon a hill outlooking the verdant plains of Verdagaris. In Waloed, the children who lived here were not cared for, but rather experimented on, enduring harrowing tortures designed to turn them into fearless, mindless weapons, an education that few were to survive. Paul continued to search for his missing master, sniffing out anything that Borclive sent and carrying it home to their secret island hideaway. It was during one of his forays on the mainlands that he encountered Sid, who took the lonely Torgal aid in fashioning an anklet for the lovelorn pup, which he treasured to this day. Treasures. Ember, a cursebreaker in training who wishes to make of himself a scout that he might follow in the footsteps of his idol Gav. Though his test did not proceed entirely smoothly, he showed enough promise to warrant being accepted into the ranks, for now. Clive convinced Quinton to join his uncle's triunity and put his oratorial skills to use not merely in leading Lostwing, but in restoring order to the entire realm. As they shall come together to see the crisis that blight the realm want for food, water, security, and shelter ended and order restored. He was convinced to return to the front lines in the defense of the realm using his old military connections to bring the dissipated armies of Valisthea back under control. Yeah, so she's going to chuck our engines away once we're done with them. Doris swears to keep fighting herself, that his legacy might live on. Well, they're nearly all complete.
Did you learn everything you needed?
Oh, it's in that town. What about that door? Hello, Fluff. Where was it again? There. It's still locked. It's the only other extra place on this this part of the continent. Everywhere else will be.
Ready, go? Fly, Ambrosia.
Bow.
The entire village looks abandoned. Now, which house would a bookworm live in?
This one, I remember trying to have a look inside using the photo mode. I knew eventually we'd end up coming here. Complete botany of beans. White flower, black of root, the letter of which gives out inky gall. Galls passing intoxicated. A single drop taken by mouth may result in cramps, most painful. Should a slip of the needle end a young warrior's life, it is said that his skin print failed to find favor among the heavens. So this is a note of how the brand people. White of flower and black of root, the latter of which gives out an inky gall when cut or crushed. The tribesmen of Northern Storm prick their skin with oaken needles soaked in such, drawing curious patterns about their arms and legs in honor of their heathen gods. The gall is past intoxicate that a single drop taken by mouth may result in cramps most painful for 5 days and 5 nights, or if applied to a wound, certain death. Okay. Should a slip of the needle end in a young warrior's life, it is said that his skin print failed to find favor among the heavens.
His interests were certainly varied.
From a Distance. Chapter 16. The Fall of the Bearers. The emergence of the first magic adept was widely heralded as a gift from the gods. Indeed, the title with which those with the gift came to be commonly known is most likely a contraction of bearer of the heavenly blessing. The wording used by this tribunes of the time, tribunes, those born with the blessing were lauded as living crystals and granted high office and plentiful reward for their status as chosen ones. Over the years, this reverence of their kind would become a full-fledged religion led by the bearers themselves, a development that would prove fateful. The diverse nations of the time were unanimous of their disapproval of the founding of the church. While the authorities had for years welcomed bearers into positions of power in their own structures of state, they were mistrusting of an organization led by bearers for bearers. Efforts were immediately made to chasten the church and its followers, banning members from holding office, evicting adherents from their homes, and breaking up meeting by force. The church responded by forming a volunteer army to resist this persecution, and yet it continued, creating a cycle of ever-increasing bloodshed and rancor, and a growing rift between those born with the blessing and those without. What began with beatings and street clashes would eventually spill over into an all-out war that consumed the greater part of the twins for nigh a generation, and decimated the populace of man and bearers both. The deluge of blood that stained the land crimson and left even more lasting marks upon the minds of the Valestian people. After the bearers' last resistance was crushed, the nations of Valestia came together to sign a continental accord that initiated the system of slavery that persists across the realm to this day. Its well-known phrase, bearers are other than human, has its roots in the bitter war of the years before, being the unblessed's only excuse for their calmicious refusal to allow the blessed to decide their own destinies. Wow! So it was a role reversal. Back then, the bearers were worshipped, and they became so much that there were a religion formed around them, and the bearers oversaw that religion. But eventually, humanity didn't like that idea of being under their rule, and so they fought back, and eventually made the bearers slaves. And Clive's pretty much testament to the opposite of that, because he was taken and branded a bearer by his own mother and forced to fight in the service of the Iron Blood or whatever. And eventually he fought against that fate when he found Jill to be also forced to fight in the wars. And that began the role reversal of him fighting back against the fate of bearers and getting them that freedom.
This is it. But if what it says is true, I need to get this back to the hideaway.
No mention is made as to the name of the author, whether that is because the title page has been lost to time or because the tome was published anonymously. It is impossible to say. The folklorist fabulary, the Moogle. No spirit or sprite appears more often in Valisthea folktales than the humble Moogle. Though they are occasionally painted as mischievous souls akin to pixies or imps, most stories depict them as clumsy yet congenial spirits who delight in helping mankind with their daily labours. They are said to have sweet tooths, leading to the common superstition that one must not leave cakes or other sweetmeats uncovered overnight, lest naught remain but crumbs come morning. In appearance, they are described as being covered head to toe in soft white fur, except the small dark wings by which they are somehow able to take flight, and the brightly coloured pom-poms that protrude from the tops of their heads. And yet there is one detail regarding the Moogle that most find more remarkable than even the orb at the top of their brow: the fact that the creatures actually exist. Preposterous, I hear you cry. Everybody knows that Moogles are the stuff of legend. I quite agree, but every legend has its basis in truth, and in the case of Moogle, the fact may be not so dissimilar to the fiction. Ancient bestiaries list the white mole whose feet do not touch the ground among the beasts of the realm, and the illustrations beside the name, why, it is none other than the Moogle. Of course, it is true that the creatures are not known to still survive in the twins in the modern day. Perhaps their miniature wings carried them to other climes. Perhaps they were hunted to extinction. Or perhaps, just perhaps, they do still live among us, hidden away from human view. Well, we only know one. Royal Intelligence Training Report. In the wake of the tragic fire at Caer Novrant in 873, the subsequent... What? We have to... No. Hello, beautiful. You can to chill instead of my shoulder. Cool. In the wake of the tragic fire at Caer Novrant in 873 and the subsequent depletion of our most highly practiced intelligences, all mainland strongholds were instructed to redouble training in clandestine maneuvers, improvised weaponry, and assassination techniques, and dispatch promising volunteers to Sturmare for inspection. This report details progress made by the stronghold of Garnick in reinvigorating Waloed's ranks of esteemed intelligencers. What you doing? Meh, who's a beautiful little budgie? Meh, what are you after? Meh, what are you after? Oh, that's a big yawn. That's a big yawn. Meh. Okay, man, you're all right there. You're all right there, man.
Leaving so soon, stranger? We've been watching you. From a distance, so to speak.
Subtle. I know who you are.
Then we need not waste time on introductions. Hand me the book. Leave it in our care and return to your life.
Your care? Do you mean to burn it, or bury it?
That is not my decision to make. But by one means or another, its contents shall be removed from the common record.
Then I'll have to politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Then we find ourselves at an impasse. Very well. The book can just as easily be pried from your dead hand.
Bring it.
Let's see, shall we?
That's wrong one, man. Good night. What are you doing up there? Hello.
Impressive. But we have other means. We shall claim the book yet.
Why do you want it so badly anyway?
It lays out in no uncertain terms the vanity and avarice of mankind. It tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression of a gifted few by a giftless many. Would you say that this interpretation was correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. Your sword may be sharp, but your wits are dull. So let me answer for you. There is no correct interpretation of history. That a series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. But there can be no single, immutable explanation as to why they came to pass. It is a question of numbers and of belief. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred for a reason, that belief becomes the truth.
So you're trying to control the truth?
We are trying to protect people from themselves, from knowledge that would bring them naught but pain. That is all. You may keep the book, for now. The world is small. We shall meet again. Until
Hello,
then...
you.
Wait. Damn it. Let's get this back to Vivian. Perhaps she can explain what that was all about.
You went for a bite there. It's a good job you failed. Bad lad. Stop it. Stop. Bad lad. Bad lad.
Vivian. I found it. The book you lost.
You found it. Thank you, Clive. Even though I asked this of you, I was not entirely sure it would be possible. I feared the executors had seized every copy.
I met with one of these executors, and I convinced him to let me keep it. He told me something. That the truth is just a matter of collective belief. And that if enough people believe a lie, that lie becomes the truth.
It does. But it also means that the truth is not immutable. That it can be changed. Provided that those who wish to change it can convince enough people that their perspective is the correct one. As the sad history of the bearers proves.
You said that the book inspired you to become a scholar.
It did. Or its author, rather. She was a heretic, you see. A firebrand and a dissenter. A gallows stood ready for her in every corner of the realm. And by shunning society, or perhaps being shunned by it, she stumbled upon a truth so potent that an entire realm trembled at the prospect of its utterance. I, too, have always felt somehow set apart from the world of men. A stranger to my own species. She taught me that my solitude was not a curse, but a gift. And that, though my journey to the truth might be a lonely one, what I found at my destination would be more than worth the cost.
Do you still feel that way? That you're not one of us?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure anymore. Since coming to the hideaway, I find my thinking somewhat clouded. Perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather closer perspective than I had intended. But the more I study, the more I find value in this perspective. In looking not from the outside, but from within. So if you'll permit me, I'd like to continue my work here. Remember, Clive, when enough people believe, belief begets truth. Give the men and women of this benighted world the gift of truth. Make them believe in you, as I do.
I'll try, Vivian. I'll try.
Scholar's bonnet. Vivian Ninedale's scholarly headwear, awarded to her upon the completion of her studies at the University of Canva, giving the men and women of this benign world the gift of truth, makes them believe in you as I do. Hallelujah. Good boy. Good boy when you're not biting. Yeah. That's it. Drop it. Drop it. The Wailing Banshee. Cursebreakers came across this creature while searching for survivors near the abandoned village of Garnock. Misled by the abomination's appearance, thinking she might be a local woman, they went to offer her their help, but soon it was they who were seeking salvation. The survivors say that they can still hear the screams, both those of the white and those of their fallen comrades. Garnock Walloon. Alright, back there. Back and forth.
This might take a while. Might as well mop up some of these while I'm doing it. Oh, no. How do I... Oh, that's not what I want. How do I... Well, I'll put them there for now, just until I've sorted out what I need. Cool little function. Right, so I need... Land the third punch of a Titanic counter. What? Huh? Land the third punch of a Titanic counter. Right, I see, yeah. So I've got to block at the right time. It's the block ability I need.
Yeah. Block an enemy's attack when guard is timed perfectly. Square can be used to launch up to 3 counterattacks. Yeah, right. So we need Titan's Punch again. Block, I should say. Titan's Block. Gouge, Wicked Wheel, and Rook's Gambit in midair before landing. Gouge, Wicked Wheel, and Rook's Gambit. They're all gonna die long before I get a chance. Oh, PlayStation doesn't like that. I thought you could pin them over the screen. So that, I thought you used to be able to do that. Like, have it over the screen, not just pinned to the side where it makes that small like that. I thought you could have it over the side. Like, actually over the screen. Have to change that. Yeah, well.
Harmon's madness lives on.
So how do you counter? It said you press square at the right time, but... Ah, there we go. That's it.
I needed that. That's better.
Execute and land 2 heat wave counters. I'll try to.
Let's try. We're all ready.
Did that not count?
That's better. Too slow.
Can't seem to get that. Got two of them. A clouded eye.
Rest in peace.
That was created from Garuda, so somehow that survived? That was Benedicta's creation. Through Garuda's powers. Interesante. Hi, muy caliente. Bueno. Muchas gracias. Listen, 2 tracks. Quiet from the Patron's Whisper. Purchased from a vendor, just a vendor. That's helpful. Hang on, the Patron's Whisper? No, the Hangman was there. Yeah, I'm thinking of him. Why the hell was Patron's Whisper again? That's here, isn't it?
Clive. If you're gonna buy something, be quick about it.
No, this is Carol's call, never mind.
Is that
What
all?
Patron's Whisper again? Da, 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 da. Oh, but hang on, no man, the Patron's Whisper's fucking there, man. The duh. So I can't get that one yet. So where do I get the other one? Okay, I think I know where that one is, now that I know the name of the track. It's called The Thousand Tables. I know where that is. Could be here. Isn't this The Thousand Tables? The marketplace? No. No. It is here, but it's here. That's why it's got a marker. I think it's here. One of those two. I know which market I'm looking for. No, this isn't either. It's a quest to be doing here. But unless he's selling it, but I don't think this is The Thousand Tables.
Welcome.
Yeah, The
Take
Thousand
care.
Tables, the marketplace. Is it? No, I don't think this is it. Where the flop is it? Now this was called The Thousand Tables. I don't think this is it. I know what I'm looking for. It's that big marketplace.
Why the hell would Victor take the
Check around here, maybe? No, yeah, maybe. No. I think it is here. Yeah, never mind. Yeah.
I think we'd better shut up shop.
Who can say
it
what
is here.
Nubor is plotting?
That's all the music for.
Anything I can interest you in?
There it is.
Here you are.
Right. Hello, Sloth. What you doing?
Pleasure trading with you. Anything else I can take off your hands? Thank you kindly. Pleasure trading with you. An excellent choice. My thanks.
Alright, cool. Sword. Hey, there's another quest in my room. There's another one. Paul again. Clive, it occurs to me that a single word of thanks does not merely suffice to express my gratitude for reuniting me with from a distance. The Torm made me who I am today, and yet I thought that I should never set eyes upon it again. That those who took it from me had... Would that be I thought that I would never set eyes on it again? Not that I should. That those that took it from me had forever robbed me of part of myself. But now I am whole again, thanks to you. I regret that I can only fill the gap in your knowledge and not the holes in your soul, for which reason I shall ever be in your debt, Vivian. Making amends. Master Clive, I am aware there are matters of much greater import which demand your attention. Should you find yourself in a moment, I bid you visit me in the shelves that I might ask a single favour concerning His Highness Prince Dion.
It's usually me making demands of Hippocrates. I wonder what this is about.
A tale to tell. Spelled tail as in waggly tail.
Lawsman Hippocrates, I received your note.
Ah, yes. I expect you're wondering what this is all about.
You spoke of making amends with Dion, but I can't imagine what for.
Then I should begin by telling you that I was once his tutor. This was some years ago, of course, before I joined Sid in his hideaway. At that time, I was counted among the foremost scholars of Oriflamme, and was accordingly invited to the palace to supervise the young prince's education, all to ensure that the future emperor had a firm grounding in, well, everything an emperor should. History, religion, commerce, government. Alas, our time together was cut short when Dion left to join the Dragoons, his studies no longer being deemed necessary. I had not expected to meet with him again, least of all here.
Have you spoken with him?
No, I have yet to find the right moment. His Highness always seems so preoccupied, especially when alone. I would not wish to disturb his ruminations with idle words of greeting, not when I know he dwells upon the evil Ultima had him commit in the Dominion.
The guilt weighs heavily on him, I know. But as you say, that was Ultima's doing. Surely you can't blame yourself.
When I first met him, it was not guilt, but his people's expectations that weighed heavily upon him, and I did nothing to ease that burden. He bore it alone, until the day he could not bear it any longer. It is one of my greatest regrets that I only ever offered him my wisdom, when what he truly needed was friendship. The blame for Dion's transgressions lies not only on his shoulders, but on mine.
I see. I'm ready to help you in any way that I can.
Then I beg that you bring me a wild wyvern tail. Apothecaries across the ages agree that even to glimpse such a flower is to be granted inner solace. Fabulists and fraudsters all, of course. But there is oft a seed of truth to be found where even the most outlandish opinions align.
Well, it can't hurt to try. Where can I find this flower? And how will I know it?
You have seen cultivated wyvern tails before, I trust. The lily-white blossoms from whose roots the poisonous ink for the brand is distilled. Well, those which grow in the wild differ only in their purple hue. The harsher the environment in which they are raised, the deeper the colour. There is a waterfall in Rickmal's roost across the strait, where the flowers once grew in abundance. Whether they still survive there, I know not. But try as I might, I can find no likelier location.
It's all right. I'll find you a wyvern tail one way or another.
Thank you, Clive. And please, be safe. Good morrow to you, my friend. Despite scouring the shelves, I have found only one reliable reference to a place where wild wyvern tails are known to have grown. But it is in Waloed, by a waterfall near Rickmal's Roost, as I told you. I dare not ask that you undertake such a long and perilous journey on my account, of course, but were you to find yourself in the area? Fare thee well, my friend.
Into the bog. Right.
Seems this place has been flooded twice over. Purple flowers blooming next to a waterfall. Shouldn't be too hard to find. This won't be easy.
How do you get the counter? Unbelievable. Surprised I'm getting that one yet because I used that quite a bit earlier in the game. But again, how the hell do you get the counter with it? Say what it shows here. Right, okay. Summon a projectile dispelling wall of liquid flame before launching several deadly shockwaves. So that's only for projectiles. I need to find something that fires projectiles.
Here they are. Might as well pick enough for a bunch, I suppose.
Records suggest that the wyvern tail was first cultivated for the purpose of distilling a purple dye from its petals. However, when the tainted blooms were discovered to lose their hue over time, the gardeners of early Valisthea made a fateful decision to investigate the practical properties of their roots instead.
Oarsman, I found the flowers you were looking for.
You did?
I think I did.
You did indeed. My dear boy, thank you.
You wanted to make Dion a gift of one, did you not? Shall I invite him to join us?
Oh, I don't...
It's no trouble. I'll go and fetch him.
Are you actually going to make us go fetch him?
Your Highness, would you do me the honor of accompanying me?
No. It is time, then.
No. Only to the shelves. Our lawsman has something he'd like to give you.
Master Harpocrates. No. I dare not show my face before him. Not after everything I have done. I have taken countless innocent lives. And ruined countless more. All because I was weak. I have sworn to atone for my crimes or die in the attempt. But were I to meet with him again, and see in his eyes what I have become, I fear that my resolve might falter.
Then that is all the more reason to do it. Test your resolve. Prove to yourself, and to him, how strong it truly is.
You are right. I must, at the very least, offer him my gratitude. Very well, then. Take me to him.
Follow me.
Even now, I hesitate to approach him. What must he think of me?
You'd be surprised.
Master Harpocrates, pray. Accept my apologies for leaving your tutelage before my studies were complete. Your lessons opened my mind to a world quite unlike the one I had imagined from within the gilded confines of the palace. And I shall be forever grateful for the efforts you made to enlighten me.
Lift up your head, Your Highness. The deeds of youth require no apology. That you took the time to visit me says much about the man you have become. Now, there is something I would like to show you.
Is that a wyvern tail? The color is unfamiliar to me.
Because it is unique to those found in the wild. Something in the harsh environment in which they grow lends them this striking hue. Their roots are indistinguishable from those of their hothouse cousins, but once they bloom, the difference is immediately apparent. In this flower, I see you, Your Highness. Its roots were the roots of a wyvern tail, with all that implies. But they do not define it, just as yours do not define you. I want you to have it, that it might remind you of this truth.
Master Harpocrates, I would ask of you a service. Keep your gift until I have fulfilled my duty to the realm, for only then shall I be deserving of it.
He doesn't plan on coming back, though.
As you wish, Your Highness. I shall await your return.
And I think he knows that as well.
Our roots do not define us. No wonder my stepmother didn't like him. For reuniting me with memories I had thought long lost. I shall not forget this.
Thank you, Clive. Were it not for you, I fear I might never have found the right moment to speak with him. Not to mention the wyvern tales. I shall plant their seeds, that I might not disappoint His Highness upon his return.
I hope the soil in the hideaway is to their liking.
Why, these flowers bloomed in the bleak, black wastes of Waloed. I'm sure Nigel's yard will suit them to a T. When it comes to expressing one's gratitude, I find that words are seldom sufficient. Here.
What's this?
A stolas quill. Or more precisely, my stolas quill. 'Tis said that an owl's feathers are steeped in the wishes it hears over its long lifetime. All those words just waiting to pour out onto the page. So consider this my wish for you. That one day you may put down your sword and pick up that pen.
Well, when that day comes, I'll certainly have a lot to write about. Thank you, Harpocrates. It shall have pride of place in my chamber.
I'm guessing Dion will have given us a Bahamut accessory. I thought so. Stolas's quill, Lawmaster Hippocrates' best-loved writing implement, whose nib has scribed many a learned tome. 'Tis said that an owl's feather are steeped in the wishes it hears over its long lifetime. All those words just waiting to pour out onto the page. Bahamut's Mercy reduces Gigaflare cooldown time by 6 seconds. A gift from the very first Emperor of Sanbreque to his infant son. This ring has graced the hand of every dominant of Bahamut since the aether it absorbed from the icon over the years, aiding the next Imperial Scion in drawing out the full potential of their bloodline. But now the Empire lies in ruin, and that bloodline is broken. So let it be with Bahamut, as was always intended.
Knowledge hoarded is knowledge lost.
Ask about Dion.
I well recall.
The time I spent at the Imperial Palace instructing the young prince on the history of our realm. It was quite unlike the other noble-born children I had taught, not only for the keenness with which he listened, but for the earnestness of his conviction.
He truly believed
that it was the Empire's duty to serve the people, and was determined to study the past, that he might not repeat its mistakes. Which is the reason why what befell Twinside weighs so heavily on his soul. He must live with the consequences, and I fear it will take more than merely time to heal such wounds.
It will take forgiveness.
Not from you or me, nor his countrymen, nor even from his late father. No, himself.
From himself.
Only then might his flowers bloom again.
I don't believe you've read this particular chapter before. What subject shall we consider today?
These basically are just stuff from like what we're doing. Like the Executor is the ones that want to keep the past hidden. And that's the book that tells the truth. On returning with Clive and Joshua to the hideaway, he is reunited with his old tutor Hippocrates, who inspires in him a renewed determination to bring Ultima's evil to an end. For my charge and on reuniting with Dion in the hideaway, presenting him with a gift of the wild wyvern tail that he might be reminded of the goodness within him and not punish himself undying. Yeah, we've read all this.
The door to the shelves shall ever be open.
As long as you're paying attention to the story, it's all good. You don't have to read everything.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there.
Right. Whose quest do we do next? Let's do Gav's.
You alright?
Ask about Origin.
About that.
If there's anything I can do to help you kill this ultimate bloke, you just say the word, eh? Could promise to take Sid's name off my hands.
Aye!
Don't even joke about that. Anyway, I thought you said you hadn't finished with it yet. I did, didn't I? Now, if you wanted to give me an even grander title, something to rival your Sid the Outlaw, that'd be a different story.
Let's see.
Gav the Magnificent? Gav the Almighty? Gav the Lionheart? Something along those lines? I'll leave that to you to decide. I'm sure you're more than capable of choosing a perfect moniker for Sid's right-hand man. Right-hand man, eh? I'll take it. Silver linings.
Something troubling you?
No more than usual. It's just... Etta's baby will be coming soon, and I wanted to make something for it.
I'm sure she'd like that.
Back in the north, families would always make gifts when a bairn was on the way. Yeah, I'll let the little tykes know they were welcome in their new homes, like.
So, what's the problem?
Well, the problem is that Etta's due any day now, and I don't know if I'll be ready in time.
Is there anything I can do to help?
You know, there just might be.
All right then. What exactly are we making?
A good luck charm. But not just any good luck charm.
Not just any.
No. One made from the feather of a silver chocobo. There's naught lucky in all the realm, or so we used to say back home anyway. Thing is, they're hard to come by. Had Otto and Karen check with their suppliers, but nothing. I'd try and track one down myself, only...
Only the big day is fast approaching. And that's all you need, a feather.
That or the bird whose horse it's attached to, aye. I was gonna start by asking around with traveling traders plying the northern borders.
Well, there's no shortage of those passing through Martha's. I think I might make that my first port of call. I'll let you know if I find anything.
You're a good friend, Clive. I won't forget this.
Silver linings.
Can't say I've ever seen a silver chocobo myself, but I have seen one of their feathers. Look just like a normal one, only silver, obviously. Well, grey.
That was perfect timing. He's mourn. What about Ambrosia?
Let's hope one of the merchants here has what Gav needs. Excuse me. I'm looking for something.
Oh, well, then I'm your man.
A silver chocobo feather.
Oh, or maybe not. Though you're not the first to mention the bird around here. There was a man stopped by the rest not long ago claiming he was attacked by a silver chocobo near some gutted hovel not far from Eastpool. Most took him for a braggart and a liar, but who knows? Perhaps there was some truth to his tale.
We'll see. Thank you.
The feller who claimed he was attacked didn't linger here long. Said he was gonna go back and capture it. Prove us all wrong. And that was the last we ever heard of him.
And he died.
Just because the heavens have gone to rack and round, it don't mean we have. I've got greens of all shapes and sizes. Colour.
How do, traveller? You've the look of a man who could do with a new whetstone. Or perhaps a bawdy etching of the Vicereine.
Maybe another time. I'm looking for a silver chocobo feather.
If that's the case, rumors are all you're likely to find. No one has seen a silver chocobo for years. Word is they were all hunted for their feathers. Some northern nonsense about bringing good luck. Didn't bring them much, nor their bows. If any are still out there, I reckon they'll be doing their damnedest not to be discovered.
You're probably right. Thank you anyway.
The hills around the rest are crawling with wild chocobos. If you're not too picky about the colour of their plumes.
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
Can I help you with something?
You wouldn't happen to sell silver chocobo feathers, would
Stash.
I deal in fruit, not fancies. But if it's fancies you're after, I suggest you try Rhiannon's ride.
Was a silver chocobo seen there?
Oh, yes. If you believe the ravings of a madman.
It wouldn't be the first time. A silver chocobo sighted in the hills near Rhiannon's Ride. It sounds almost too good to be true. But since I'm already here...
Every few years someone comes along claiming they've sighted a silver bow, but the truth of the matter is, there ain't no such thing. You'll find nothing but bloodflies and bandits on Rhiannon's Ride. Mark my words.
I mean, aren't you a silver chocobo?
Good girl.
Or riding on the very back. Or are you white or silver? You're one of them.
Can hardly make it.
If this ends in Clive going, oh wait, hang on, Ambrosia has a silver chocobo, duh, then Clive's an idiot.
Be safe.
Oh, okay.
Tracks. They're not left by bandits for a change. More tracks. And these look fresh. A chocobo was here. And recently. Perhaps it still is. I don't hear anything. Well, I'll be damned.
That's the same damn feathers. I'm so confused. Why can't you just be like, Ambrosia, can you give us a feather, please?
It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you. Just borrowing a feather for my friend.
Copper lads.
Thank you. Let's get this back to Gareth before they change their minds.
Why didn't he just get one from Ambrosia? I'm so confused. For the people of the north, silver chocobos are symbols of good fortune, the mere sight of one potentially meaning the difference between a failed harvest and a bumper crop. According to Gav, at least. That makes no sense. Hello. Turn the fan off for a bit. Oh boy.
It was no trouble at all.
Still, I appreciate it. Clive, you're back. How'd you get on? Any luck?
Any luck, you say?
Crystal's crack. Is this what I think it is? Where in the hell did you find it?
It's a long story.
Certainly not an ambrosia.
Right there on the road to Eastpool. Who'd have thought it?
Everything up there's been abandoned for years. The empty cabin made for the perfect shelter. Though I fear my presence may have forced the poor creatures to look elsewhere.
Don't blame yourself, Clive. The Blight's right on Eastpool's doorstep. They'd have had to move on before long, even if you hadn't have turned up. They'll find a new home. Trust me. After all, that's what us endangered animals do. Anyway, what matters is, you managed to nick us one of their quills before they could run off. And now all that's left is to fix it to the carving.
I didn't know you could carve.
Reckon there's a lot you don't know about me. Like the fact I'm as good with a whittling knife as I am with a sword. And that bone Ember gave me's a dream to work with. What did you say it was from again? An Avis?
But it weren't your Avis, Sid. I slew one of my own at last.
So all those long nights in the pit finally bore fruit.
What would have happened if I did this quest before doing Embers?
I'm proud of you, Ember.
Don't speak too soon. I ain't done my trial yet.
There we go.
You have done your trial.
What do you think?
I think if you ever hang up your scouting cap, you'll be able to make an honest living.
Now will I? I should go and see if Ed is awake.
Give it my best.
You can give it to yourself. Come on.
I don't want Gav to give up being a scout, honest.
Yeah.
Ifrit?
Your resolve didn't falter.
No. Though I continue to be bewildered by fate. But I should meet with my old tutor here. At the very end of the world. I thank you. With all my heart. For giving me this chance.
And I thank you for taking it.
Should like to look upon that flower once more. When I am worthy. I stand ready to leave for Origin at your word. May Grieger go with us.
And see us safely home.
me lords.
How are you feeling?
Well, thank you. Is something wrong?
Wrong? No, nothing like that. What it is...
I knew it. I called this as soon as they met each other. I was like, Betty he ends up wanting to look after the kid and stand by her.
Go on, please.
I've noticed Gav's necklace. I've never noticed it now. His necklace has got like a Moogle's face on it.
It's beautiful. Did you make it?
We did, aye. It's from all of us here at the Hideaway. Your new family, like. It's a good luck charm. We may come up north when a band's on the way. I mean a baby. To let him know that they're part of the family too. Oh, I hope you like it.
I don't know what to say. I thank you, me lords, for everything.
If there's anything you need, just let us know.
I will.
Clive, fancy a swift off? I'm thirsty.
I could be convinced.
Waited on the lash.
Don't you think you've had enough?
No, we're celebrating. I'm gonna be a father.
I think Edda might have something to say about that.
You know what I mean. Bit of light in these dark times. Wasn't long after me 10th name day. My mum told us she was with child again. I was over the fucking moon. I was looking forward to having a little one to lord it over. What with me being the runt of the litter. Thought I'd finally have a chance to prove to the world that I could be a big brother. Imperials came the day she went into labour. Had myself a baby sister. And then I didn't. My whole family gone in a blink, while I hid in the cellar like the spineless little arsehole I was. Great brother I turned out to be. I'll never be a leader. And I'll never be a hero. I'm just a daft little dog who comes running when his master calls. I'll never be like you, or Sid, or Jill, or even Torgal.
Have you finished?
Maybe.
Do you know why you're our best scout?
Yeah.
Because you don't need anyone to hold your hand. Without your resourcefulness, your courage, your determination, I don't know where we'd be. Maybe hanging off a cliff like,
That was only the once.
Exactly. You learned from it. And here you are after Founder knows how many missions, stronger for everyone. And let's not forget Rosalith. Who was it who freed me from the dungeon? Who was it who ran to Jill's rescue?
That would be me.
Because you're our brother, Gav. My brother.
Your brother.
Which means that when the time comes,
I get your room. And your sword.
I like Gav. He's definitely one of the most in-depth characters in the game of the side characters. And that, again, it's because Clive sees him as a brother. And he's helped them out so much. He's not really a side character, to be honest with you.
You've had one too many.
you may have had 10 too many.
I said I was thirsty. Better get back to work anyway. After I walk this off. Clive?
What is it?
Thanks for, you know.
I know.
Winter Mead. A portable made from honey collected in the Northern Territories, short summers, and fermented slowly over the next 6 moons, said to warm the belly on the North's cold winter nights. I said I was thirsty, Kev.
One of these days. One of these days, I swear it's gonna be me who drinks you under the table.
If by under the table you mean retching on my boots half the night, I reckon one of those days was yesterday.
Ha ha, you think you're so funny. But just wait till we crack open the bottle I left in your chambers. That stuff's strong enough to burn the horns off a behemoth.
Sounds like I'll be needing some new boots.
Na, 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 na. Well, we're certainly getting a lot of room. So they've waited until like the very last part of the game to give you the vast majority of the room decorations. Before we depart, Ifrit, you have my sincerest gratitude for reuniting me with my master Hippocrates. That I might embark upon this most important of journeys, my heart free of regret. Though in these past few moons I have come to realize that the longer I spend in the company of you and your brother, the deeper I find myself in your debt. We must swiftly see to the menace that is Ultima, if not to save the world, to save me from an eternity of recompense. Dion. Thank you, Clive, for ever indulging the whims of this doddering old soul. I am ashamed that for far too many years I allowed stubbornness and fear to keep me from something so simple as letting a friend know how proud I was of him. Your intervention has lifted a heavy pall over from my heart. Perhaps upon your triumphant return from the skies, you might be inclined to set to page that quill I gifted you. There are many of us who would hear a first-hand account of your time with the Holy Prince, myself included, Hippocrates II. Yes, it doesn't look as bad now. We're getting there. Mid's dangerous dream of flight, immortalized in miniature. Though the experiment ended in failure, Mid had allowed Clive to keep hold of the model so that once her renown has grown, he might sell the piece for an exorbitant amount of gil. Triune Accord, signed in Port Isolde by representatives from Rosaria, Dalmec, and Zambrek. I've already read that one. Hippocrates' best-loved writing implement, whose ink has penned many learned tomes. Most of these, again, if you've done the quest, you know, Vivian Ninetails' academic cap award. It's the description of the item, basically. A gift from Gav. This was despite an obvious inability to hold his drink. Gav has insisted that he be allowed to share the bottle when the time comes to crack the seal. Clive's old sparring sword. It is a reminder of who Clive once was and who he has become, as well of the unbreaking bond between lifelong friends. That just leaves Joshua, and then the hideaway's quests are done.
Ah, Clive. This is it then, brother.
Our last dance with Ultima awaits. Only the Founder knows what awaits us up there.
Indeed.
But whatever we find, we shall overcome it. It would not do to disappoint our friends. They all believe in you, Clive. They would follow you to the ends of the earth if they could.
You're wrong.
My friends don't follow me. They spur me on. I couldn't have made it this far without them. Nor without you, Joshua. You gave me your blessing and made me your shield. Without you, I don't know how I would have even survived. Even when we were apart, you were always with me. And I trust you'll be with me now until the end.
Of course.
Whenever that may be.
Of course. Another time. Ah, Clive.
Joshua, what's wrong? And don't say nothing.
It's... not nothing. I've received word from Cyril. The Undying have found Father's will. Or something akin to it.
His will? How? Where?
In the crypt beneath Rosalith Castle. After Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, the Undying took the opportunity to recover what relics of the Duchy yet remained. And in the process of doing so, they found a letter from Father.
I'm surprised anything survived down there.
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience. I have been meaning to go, but... would you join me?
Where there's a will.
Of course. I want to know what's in that letter as much as you do.
Very well. I am ready to leave when you are. Back to Tabor then. Not to be reunited with Yote this time, but with Father. Your Grace, my lord, I trust your journey was not overly onerous. Cyril, you found a letter from Father? Yes, I have it here. If you would do us the honor, my lord.
My beloved sons, I know that I ask much of you in this coming war, but I see no other way to secure a future for our duchy and our family. Yet even should we succeed in subduing the savages and winning back Drake's breath, the threat of the Blight still looms. And only with all Rosaria striving as one might we at last overcome it. I have made plans to see us through, but such are the obstacles that stand in our way. It shall likely fall to you to continue my work. I know that you have the strength, the courage, and the will to do so. This shall be an arduous inheritance, and so I offer you another, that you might be reminded of the love and the faith that I hold for you, for the both of you. Your father.
An inheritance.
It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive shortly before his passing.
The day before we left for Phoenix Gate.
What are these plans he spoke of?
His plans for the duchy, Your Grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill, who entrusted them in turn to me. The complete emancipation of bearers is their stated aim. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse, and the founding of a new university to further the development of non-magical technologies. With the Blight spreading ever more widely across the Twins, Archduke Elwyn saw this as the only means of securing Rosaria's survival.
He wished to see men and bear.
I've just realised whose voice it is. The Undying leader. It's what's his name from Final Fantasy XIV? Alize and Alvino's dad.
Was treated as equals. To see centuries of common wisdom overturned. Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime.
But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Had he not, he would never have written this message. Nor would he have entrusted his vision to his most faithful aides, those who would have stood with you, shielded you from the machinations of the less benevolent personages at court.
It's a pity only they are still with us.
'Tis true that those most loyal to your father were the first to suffer the Duchess's wrath. But one at least remains, and she has come bearing gifts.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain, my lord. After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering His Grace's will and arranging a meeting with the one who might execute it, or a part of it at least.
And where is this woman?
She awaits you in the archive, Your Grace.
Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
This is the Required Tree, an archive where we of the Undying collect and collate our findings. Fragments of Ultima's true nature surely lie buried within these pages. We have only to unearth them.
The Undying are not the only secret fellowship in this realm, you know. There are others, each working for their own ends. Why, not so very long ago, a society committed to discovering how one might cast magics without a catalyst was found to be operating throughout Valisthea. They were denounced as heretics, rooted out, and driven from our shores, never to be seen again.
Huh. Is that a reference
The Undying are not the only secret fellowship in this realm, you know. There are others, each working for their own ends. Why, not so very long ago, a society committed to discovering how one might cast magics without a catalyst was found to be...
First Order of Archlegions, Dalmekian Wing, 53rd. Blah, blah, blah. Further discoveries from our occult ensconced with the recently displaced mountain dwellers' remote settlement. The diminutive tribe's main village appears to be in receipt of regular deliveries of supplies from Hugo Kupka, Men of the Rock. On inquiring with the locals, it became apparent that they have the deepest respect for the one they call Lord Kupka. But whether he has merely bought their loyalty or if there is some deeper connection between the tribe and Titan remains unclear.
Operating throughout Valisthea. They were denounced as heretics, rooted out, and driven from our shores, never to be seen again.
Lord Cyril. Acolytes stationed across Valisthea report a curious change in the primeval structures we have come to refer to as monoliths. Following the fall of Drake's tail and the change in the skies, allow me to present preliminary findings. Archaeologians' investigations into these monoliths most near at hand. We were able to visually confirm the activation of the structure in the northern reaches of the Velcroy, but a sandstorm forced our temporary retreat. We will make a second attempt when the wind drops. In Drake's Deep, our team were able to make direct contact with the monolith. However, no further change was observed upon touching its surface, nor upon dealing its several stout blows with both fist and blade. Whatever the purpose of its activation, it would appear to be other than that of the defensive echoes we have encountered among previous relics of the fallen and their predecessors. We shall continue our investigation both of the monoliths proper and of any historical writings that might refer to them, and inform your lordship forthwith should they produce any discoveries of note. May the Phoenix Flame burn ever in your heart.
My lord, your grace. I hardly recognize you. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal servant to the Phoenix and his shields. Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, entrusted me with the delivery of a gift. I only hope you can forgive my tardiness in bringing it to you.
Lift up your head, Lady Goditha. You have our gratitude for your service to our house and to our father.
I merely did my duty, as any proud Rosarian would.
My lady, perhaps you could explain a little more? What exactly is the gift you bring?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented with certain keepsakes upon their coming of age.
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear. Matching armbands for you both. Alas, he did not live. Indeed, he was taken from us even before they could be completed. He had intended to claim the Heartstone with which each armband was to be finished himself, but it was not to be. And his gifts remain incomplete.
I see.
It saddens me to bring them before you, as they are. It was your father's wish that you be presented with the finished articles, not these works in progress. But with his grace long since gone, and the stone left unclaimed, I had little choice. You are grown men now, and his house is yours. And while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing would have pleased him more than for you to do so.
Thank you, Lady Goditha.
What say you, Clive?
What else? Of course, my lady. May our father's will be done.
Oh, I am much obliged.
Do you know where we might find this Heartstone, my lady?
I do. Though it may be a matter of a good deal more than simply happening upon it. It is found in the bellies of elder griffins, you see. We do at least know where to find one. A certain specimen has made its nest in Titan's Wake, not far from here.
A certain specimen?
You are most perceptive, Your Grace. In answer to your unspoken question, yes. In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay. I have been tracking its movements since you were but a boy. Were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House Rosfield, it would surely make your father proud.
What say you, Joshua?
What else?
The griffin your father meant to slay is currently nesting in Titan's Wake, not far from here. Slay it in his stead, and claim the Heartstone that he could not.
Right, 1 second. Fuck off, bot. Right.
Eyes peeled, Joshua.
Good.
There it is.
For House Rosfield.
Is that right? Did I get it? Someone put up a wall. There we go. Got it. Hello, I dodged it, no problem the first time though.
Nice try.
I will even stop.
You're finished.
Yeah, right. Heartstone. Griffins suffer something akin to the crystal's curse, their flesh slowly turning to stone over a lifetime of channeling aether. Unlike bearers, however, the effect is far more gradual and limited to a sac around their heart, the slower progress of petrification resulting in the formation of a gemstone of rare beauty.
Is this the Heartstone?
I expect Lady Godotha will know.
Weird.
Oh, thank the Founder you were safe. The Griffin is slain then?
And the Heartstone claimed.
Yes, this radiant luster like frozen flame. It is just as your father described it. Thank you, my lord. Your grace. Your father would be so proud.
Lady Goditha, the lapidary is ready.
Thank you, Cyril. I will be with him shortly. If you would excuse me, I shall have the stone cut and set forthwith. The armbands are complete. Pray, take them. They are yours, after all. Heartstone is harder and more enduring than garnet, or even ruby. It symbolizes unwavering will and devotion. And the graven vines encircling the stone represent the unbreakable bonds between you.
It's a message. Father knew we had enemies both inside and outside the duchy. Enemies who would thwart his vision. Only with unwavering devotion would it ever be realized.
And only if we stood together, as Phoenix and Shield, as brothers in arms. Only then might those enemies be overcome.
Indeed. His Grace knew the enormity of the task he would entrust to you, his heirs. But this was more than just a message. It was a promise. That he would always be with you.
Thank you, Lady Goditha, for remaining the steadfast custodian of our father's will.
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed all of the ducal treasures for her own. Even if the armbands were incomplete, she would surely not have overlooked them. So, how were you able to keep them from her?
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father spoke to me of his intentions for the bands, of the deep love he had for both of you, and his hopes for your future. In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewelry be sent away from the castle. It was then that I knew she meant to betray us. I tried to warn your father, but it was too late. When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time was short. So I took up the armbands and I fled into the night.
And thank the Founder you did.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing what else to do, I followed the Griffin, thinking I might claim the Heartstone on its passing. And so my pursuit continued, until Lord Cyril appeared before me. He informed me that His Grace's will had been recovered, and that his sons were alive and well.
Lady Goditha, on behalf of my father and all the people of Rosaria, I thank you for your loyal service.
As do I.
Thank you, my lord. Your Grace, for coming back to us, for giving my service meaning. I remain your faithful servant, my lord.
Right. Oh. Ooh. Founders. Wow, that gives you quite a bump in a. Fashioned after those pictures adorn the wrists of the mythical founder in ancient engravings, Archduke Elwin intended to gift these bands to his beloved sons upon their coming of age, that they might serve to remind them of the unbreakable bonds they share as proud scions of the ducal line, and the unwavering devotion that would be required to see their duty done.
The bands suit you well. It must be gratifying to finally receive the inheritance that was denied you for so long.
It is. And we thank you for the part you played, Cyril.
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, might I suggest that you make your way to your father's memorial atop Hawk's Cry Cliff? Let him see that you have received his blessing, and that his vision lives on in you.
I suppose it would be churlish not to. What do you say, Clive? Should we pay Father a visit?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him my thanks before we left for Origin.
Your father's helm is enshrined there. It has been since the day we recovered it from Phoenix Gate. I prithee claim it, for it too is a part of your inheritance, and I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your hands than perched upon some lonely rock.
Thank you, Cyril. Come on, Clive. He's waiting.
I always wondered what that was. Right near the not too far into the game. I remember finding that and wondering what it was. Oh wait, no, I got to read it. Yeah, you actually got to read it, if I remember. You could interact with it.
Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
To save the world? Of course. To have overcome Father's political enemies? Of that I'm less certain. Especially knowing what we know now. What Mother was truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us.
He's just back there.
Straight home now.
Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. And I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us as we follow in your footsteps.
We won't lay you down.
Onward, then? Onward. To the end.
And to a new beginning.
I should have done this quest last. Because there's still more side quests to be done around the world. I should have done this one last. It would have made so much... It would have been perfect. Like, once we're done with all the side quests, this being the last one, and then moving on to the end. Ah, well. Archduke Elwin's helm, worn during his victorious campaign to quell the northern uprising. War is coming, my boy. We must make ready. Rusted battle helm. Joining hands with Joshua. Joshua has joined Clive's party and will remain with him until departing for Origin. Hello. What are you doing? Nah. Hello, beautiful. Hello, good lad. What there? There he is. Hello, what are you doing? Who's a good boy? Nah. Who's beautiful? Good boy. Good boy. In loving memory of his grace, the most righteous Elwyn Rossfield, Archduke of Rosaria, conqueror of the Northern Territories, shield against the scourge of the Southern Seas, defender of the flame of the Phoenix, who kept his light burning throughout the long winters of his slumber. Now you sleep, but your flames burn still. Little trottles. Hello, yo. Hello, beautiful. You a good lad, are you? Nah, who's a beautiful bird? Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? He's a kiss. Oh, thank you. Change image? Oh, wow. Oh, that's cool. So once you unlock his ability to turn to Finra, you can change that. I still prefer that, though. What is that? What is that? What is it? Well, that's all the hideaway missions done. Ah, never mind. There's another one popped up. They just keep coming, and they don't stop coming. Good boy, yeah. Who's a good lad? You are. You're a good little bunch. Love you. Who's a good boy? Who's a good little bunch? Be nice. Be nice. You can't just sit and be nice, can you? You've always got to want to bite. Go on, sit there. Bad lad. Yeah, bad lad.
Clive. Go on then. You're rubbing me blind, you know.
What's the matter with you? What? Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Good lad. Yeah.
Is that all?
Not you. Archduke Elwin's helm, worn in his victorious campaign to quell the northern uprisings, and later laid to rest upon his memorial stone. Now it sleeps in Clive's chambers, a constant reminder of the bravery and selflessness of the man in whose footsteps he and his brother mean to follow. A hideaway welcome. Edda seemed fond of the silver bowl we gave her, so much so she's been taking to setting it atop her belly as she rests. Dare tell it, the rascal kicked something fierce when she does too. Sounds like we've another fight on our hands, and none too soon. I can hardly wait to teach our newest little curse breaker everything I know. Oh, I suppose we can all celebrate first. No need to get ahead of ourselves now. Gav. The wages of fate. Do you remember what you told me that night at Phoenix Gate? That while the fate of Rosaria sits on my shoulders, the fate of its dominance sits upon yours. But are we not both dominants of fire? Does not the flame of our forebears burn in both our hearts? Should I not protect you as you have protected me? You have chosen to be my shield. Now let me choose to be yours. It is not what our father... Is this not what our father wanted? What Sid wanted? To cast aside fate and forge our own paths. Grant me this, Clive. Let me be your strength. Joshua. Dun, dun, dun. You doing the land? Oh. Yep, there has turned out to be quite a lot of side quests. Well, as much as I want to continue, I'm going to have to call it there for the night. I've got to get my stuff sorted for what looks to be an interesting 2 weeks of work. So, yeah, I'm going to call it there for now. I'm going to get myself sorted and get to bed early. Hope he's enjoyed. Thanks for watching. If you're watching YouTube, there'll be more to come. Well, until then, have a good night. And I'll catch you all again later. Peace.